1. Listen carefully. You have been sensing the pause, the strange stillness before something great. It has felt as though life was suspended, prayers unanswered, and promises delayed. Yet this is no accident. This pause is a mark of heaven's strategy, a deliberate positioning. The delay you feel pressing around you is not an empty silence. It is divine timing arriving in disguise. Think of David again, the shepherd boy carrying oil upon his head long before he wore a crown upon his brow. He was called anointed, and yet told to wait. He wandered fields while kings sat on thrones. Can you feel his heart? He knew he was chosen, yet he was delayed. His crown did not come instantly because delay was the furnace of his preparation. Just as David's waiting formed him into a king, your delay is forming you into who God destined you to be. You might see yourself standing at a closed door, knocking until your knuckles bleed, wondering why God won't open it. But what you cannot yet see is that He is not just holding the door, He is arranging everything behind it. The room must be furnished, the table prepared, the right people seated before you enter. What you call a hold-up is actually the choreography of heaven. There is someone like Joseph inside you, misunderstood, rejected, even forgotten in the prison of limitation. Yet Joseph's delay was his promotion disguised. If he had been released one day earlier, he would have returned to obscurity. But because of the divine pause, he was summoned directly to Pharaoh. Your strange delay is not lowering you. It is raising you to places your natural strength could never reach. Picture an arrow in the archer's hand. To the impatient, it looks like failure, pulled back, further and further away from the target. But the wise know, the deeper the pull, the greater the flight. You are that arrow, drawn back by God's hand, and soon the release will come. Your delay is proof that the launch will be extraordinary. I know you've carried questions in the night. Has God forgotten me? Why does everyone else seem to move forward while I remain stuck? But hear this, you are not stuck, you are secured. You are not behind, you are being hidden until the appointed hour. The strange delay is God's way of ensuring you arrive in strength, not in weakness. And now, heaven whispers through the ancient text, words that fall like oil upon your weary soul. The prophet declared in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, Verse 3, For the vision awaits, an appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it will surely come. It will not delay. Do you feel that echo in your spirit? These words are not distant history, they are your present reality. The vision is not dead. The promise is not broken. It lingers only because the appointed hour has not yet struck. But it will come. So, here is your act of alignment. If this resonates within you, if your heart is stirring even now, declare it. Write in the comments, I choose my crown, not as empty words, but as a prophetic agreement. In writing, you announce to yourself, to heaven, and to the shadows that you are ready to embrace the waiting, because you know the waiting is working for you. Take a breath. Let the peace of God settle over your chest. Share this message with someone else who has been aching in delay, because they need to hear this too. Press like, not just as a gesture, but as a stamp of faith saying, I believe my timing is coming. And subscribe if your spirit knows this journey is yours, because what unfolds next will carry you deeper into the mystery of your calling. The pause is strange, yes, but it is divine. This delay is not punishment. It is proof. It is the seal of your chosenness. You are standing on the edge of appointed time, and when heaven releases you, you will not stumble out, you will soar. The journey of waiting has brought you here. Chosen one. Every pause, every delay, every silent night was not wasted. It was heaven's method of carving strength into your spirit. Delay was your teacher. It stripped away the noise, the false connections, the distractions that could not go with you into destiny. You did not realize it then, but every closed door was a shield. Look back for a moment. Remember the times you thought you were late, forgotten, or overlooked. Now you see those moments differently. They were the womb of something holy, the shaping of a vessel that could carry the weight of glory. Waiting did not weaken you, it trained you. Like a runner who builds endurance on the long road, your spirit has learned to run without quitting, to keep pressing forward, even when the finish line was hidden. Now the atmosphere shifts. The season of strange delay bends into divine release. You are no longer just someone who hopes, you are one who has been forged in the fire of waiting and prepared for the sudden. The testimony of your life will not be about how fast things happened, but how faithful God proved himself to be in the delay. Your story will be the story of endurance crowned with glory. Lift your eyes. Chosen one. What seemed withheld is about to unfold. What felt paused is about to accelerate. What looked like silence is about to thunder with breakthrough. This is your hour to believe boldly. Stand tall. Declare your faith. And walk forward with assurance that every delay has served you, not harmed you. Your waiting season is complete. The crown awaits. Step into your appointed time with courage, for heaven has declared it is your moment. Chosen one. You must understand something vital. Every delay carries within it a holy purpose. Heaven is never careless with time. When it seems that your life has been slowed, it is not because God has abandoned you, but because he is shaping you for a specific hour that only he can see. There was once a young woman who dreamed of leaving her village to serve beyond its borders. She prayed earnestly, fasted faithfully, and waited with eager expectation. Yet doors remained shut. Years passed, and her heart grew heavy with questions. Only later did she discover that the very years of waiting had rooted her deeply in wisdom, compassion, and endurance. When the doors finally swung open, she stepped into her calling, not as a fragile beginner, but as a seasoned vessel prepared for the weight of her mission. That delay was her preparation. So it is with you. God will not allow you to run into destiny unprepared. He loves you too much to let the weight of the promise crush you. He slows the pace not to frustrate you, but to protect you. In the unseen chambers of time, heaven is refining you. Delay is not the absence of progress. It is the hidden work of transformation. Think of a seed planted in the soil for weeks, even months. Nothing appears above the surface. To the casual eye, it seems lifeless. But beneath the soil, life is pushing. Roots are spreading. Foundations are forming. If the seed were pulled up too early, it would die. Only after hidden growth can visible fruit emerge. You are that seed, buried for a season, but destined for harvest. You may say, but why must it take so long? The answer lies in the depth of your calling. Ordinary lives may blossom quickly, but chosen lives require time. Quick growth often produces shallow roots. God is not building a fragile flower in you. He is growing an oak of righteousness, a life that can withstand storms and still stand tall. In your delay, you are learning patience, humility, endurance, and faith. These are not small things. They are the very pillars that will hold the weight of your destiny. Without them, your breakthrough would be fleeting. With them, your breakthrough will be unshakable. Let your heart be comforted. You are not forgotten. Heaven remembers every prayer, every tear, every silent night where you whispered, "Lord, when will it be my time?" You must know that even silence is filled with His presence. The pause is purposeful. And here is a truth few speak aloud. Sometimes, delay is God's way of writing His signature on your life. If everything came quickly, others could claim credit. But when it comes after a season of waiting, only heaven can receive the glory. People will look at you and say, "Surely the hand of God was upon them." No. Imagine a sculptor chiseling marble. Every strike looks like destruction. But in reality, it is revelation. The statue is hidden within the stone, and the chisel uncovers it piece by piece. Delay feels like endless chiseling. But one day you will see the beauty of your calling was hidden until the appointed time. The Word of God reminds us of this mystery. According to what is written in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 11, He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has set eternity in the human heart, yet none can fathom God's work from beginning to end. Chosen one. The beauty you long for is already in motion. It is simply not yet time for it to emerge fully. God sees the beginning, the middle, and the end all at once. You see delay, but He sees design. Do not despise the season of waiting. Every day in it is working something eternal into you. You may not feel movement, but your spirit is stretching. Your roots are deepening, and your faith is anchoring. You are being prepared to carry something weighty, something that will outlast you. One day, when the promise bursts forth suddenly, you will look back and understand. You will see that not one moment was wasted. The waiting itself was a gift, shaping you into the vessel that could handle the vision. So, rest in this. Every delay has purpose. The God who chose you has not lost track of time. He is making all things beautiful, including you, including your story. In His perfect time, the waiting you endure is not wasted time. It is holy ground, marked by God's hand, and filled with unseen movements that shape your tomorrow. Every pause becomes a teacher. It teaches you patience. It deepens your trust. And it makes you resilient when the storms of life come against you. Without this training, your destiny could not be sustained. Think of the long nights where you have wondered if God still hears you. In truth, those nights were the sacred classrooms of faith. Silence sharpened your ability to hear His whisper more clearly than ever before. Delay is like the stretching of a bowstring. The longer the tension, the greater the force of release. You have been stretched, and though it has been painful, it guarantees a powerful launch when the moment arrives. Remember also that delay reveals motives. It purifies desire. What began as longing for recognition is transformed into longing for God Himself. In the waiting, you no longer crave the crown more than the king. You will soon see how the pieces connect. What felt like random pauses were threads in a divine tapestry. Step back, and the design becomes visible. The artist was at work all along. Your story is not one of being forgotten. It is the story of being prepared. That truth will anchor you when doubts try to rise again in your heart. So lift your eyes and steady your spirit. The pause is nearly complete. The purpose behind it will soon shine. And you will walk forward with clarity and confidence. Chosen one. Every delay has purpose. And when heaven says, now, all the waiting will make sense in a single moment. Chosen one. Behind the delay you face, there is often a battle unseen by human eyes. What feels like stillness in your life is sometimes the echo of clashing swords in the spiritual realm. You are not simply waiting, you are being defended. Angels are warring on your behalf, fighting against forces that want to shut down your destiny before it even begins. Remember Daniel, who set his heart to pray. His answer was dispatched the moment he opened his mouth. Yet it took 21 days to arrive. Why? Because the messenger was resisted by dark powers in the heavens. That delay was not because Daniel was ignored, it was because warfare was raging to ensure the blessing would reach him safely. Your delay may carry the same mystery. What you call late may actually be protected. Sometimes you wonder why life has slowed to a crawl. Yet if the curtain of the unseen were pulled back for just one moment, you would see angels wrestling, shields clashing, and fire meeting fire, all to guard your purpose. You are not forgotten, you are fought for. That is why the atmosphere around you feels heavy. Delay is the sign that you matter too much to be released without resistance. Let this truth anchor you. Resistance is proof of value. The enemy does not waste his energy on what carries no threat. The weight of your delay is the measure of your calling. If the fight has been fierce, it is because your destiny is fierce. The ancient words speak clearly of this hidden conflict. The apostle wrote in the letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." Do not despise the waiting. Then, understand it. Each day of delay is another victory won in realms you cannot see. Each prayer you whisper adds strength to the armies of heaven. Your waiting season is not empty. It is the battlefield where your breakthrough is being fought for. And here is how you seal your agreement with this truth. Write in the comments these 3 simple words: I stand firm. Why? Because those words are more than a phrase. They are a declaration. When you type them, you proclaim that though delay presses against you, you will not bow. You will not quit. You will not turn back. You align your spirit with heaven's soldiers, declaring that you are steadfast until the release comes. You may also choose to write another prophetic confession, "Still I wait." These words may look small, but they carry deep meaning. They declare that even when the heavens seem silent, even when the fight feels endless, you will not move without God's command. You wait, not in weakness, but in strength. You wait because you know delay is not denial, and timing belongs to the Lord. Chosen one. The delay is not a sign of weakness. It is the sound of heaven fighting for you. Stand firm. Wait with courage, for your breakthrough is closer than you realize. Chosen one. Let us pause and go deeper into what these declarations truly mean. Words are not mere sounds, they are spirit and life. When you speak or type them, you are not just engaging in ritual, you are shaping the atmosphere around your life. Take the declaration, I stand firm. It is not simply about stubbornness or human determination. It is a spiritual stance. To stand firm means you choose not to collapse under pressure. It means that though winds blow and waves crash, you plant your feet on the rock of Christ. Every time you say those words, you remind both yourself and the unseen realm that you refuse to surrender ground. This is important, because the enemy's goal in delay is to wear you down until you give up. Standing firm denies him that victory. Now consider the second phrase. Still I wait. Waiting sounds passive to the world, but in God's kingdom, waiting is active. Waiting is choosing trust over haste. It is choosing surrender over self-effort. It is refusing to build your own Ishmael when God has promised an Isaac. By declaring, still I wait, you affirm that you will not let frustration or fatigue push you into something counterfeit. You are saying, I will not run ahead of my Father. I trust His timing, even if my flesh wants to rush. Both declarations together create a powerful balance. One speaks of endurance, standing firm despite resistance. The other speaks of patience, waiting faithfully despite delay. Together, they form a shield over your soul, protecting you from despair and impulsiveness. Why are such declarations so vital? Because your words align you with heaven's will. Scripture teaches us that life and death are in the power of the tongue. When you speak despair, you empower despair. When you speak faith, you empower angels to move. The unseen battle is influenced by the confessions of the saints. That is why even short phrases, spoken in faith, carry eternal weight. Do not underestimate the spiritual war behind delay. While you wait, the enemy whispers lies. You are forgotten. You are failing. You are wasting your life. If you agree with those lies, you weaken your spirit. But when you counter them with truth, I stand firm. Still I wait. You resist him, and he flees. Think of it like a soldier under siege. Supplies run low. Morale dips, and enemies mock from outside the walls. But if the soldier refuses to abandon the fortress, reinforcements eventually arrive, and the battle turns. Your declarations are like holding the fortress. They keep you inside safety until heaven's reinforcements break through the resistance. So the next time you feel weary and delay, do not simply sigh in silence. Speak, type, declare. Let your voice be heard not only in your room but in the courts of heaven and in the camp of the enemy. Say it with conviction. I stand firm. Still I wait. And then, rest in peace, knowing that these are not empty words. They are banners of faith waving over your life, marking you as one who refuses to quit, one who trusts God fully, one who will not be shaken until the appointed time of release arrives. Chosen one. The delay you are walking through is also heaven's reminder that you are set apart. You are not like the rest. And because of that, your journey cannot look like the rest. Others may sprint forward quickly, achieving milestones in record time. But you will often notice that your path is slower, more winding, filled with pauses that make little sense in the moment. This is not punishment. It is identity. It is the signature of being chosen. Consider Israel's journey out of Egypt. They could have reached the promised land in a matter of weeks. Yet God led them through the wilderness for 40 years. To human eyes, it looked like a failure of direction, a wasted delay. But the truth was deeper. God was not just moving a people into a land, He was shaping slaves into sons, wanderers into warriors. Their delay was their transformation. You, too, are in a wilderness that feels longer than it should be. But it is in this wilderness that God teaches you who you truly are. To be set apart means that shortcuts are denied to you, where others may succeed without much effort. You are required to labor, to endure, to wait. This difference can sometimes sting. It can make you feel overlooked or even cursed. Yet it is precisely the opposite. You are blessed with a calling that demands depth, not speed. Think of Esther. She was hidden in preparation for months, soaked in oils, trained in wisdom, and taught the ways of the palace before she was ever presented to the king. To an outsider, it may have looked unnecessary, even excessive, but the delay was her consecration. By the time she stood before the king, she was ready not just to be queen, but to be a deliverer for her people. That is the essence of your delay. You are not waiting idly. You are being consecrated for something far greater than you imagine. There will always be a temptation to compare. You will see others race ahead, and a voice will whisper, "Why not you? Why so slow?" But remember, you are not measured by the speed of others. You are measured by the timing of God. A diamond does not form overnight. It requires immense pressure and time to reveal its brilliance. You are not glass, quickly made and easily shattered. You are diamond, slow in forming, but impossible to break. In being set apart, you may also experience rejection. People may misunderstand you, distance themselves, or label you as different. This is not a flaw. It is proof. Chosen lives rarely blend in. They stand out by design. Your very difference is a weapon against darkness, for light cannot hide in shadows. To carry such light, however, you must first endure solitude. That solitude is often found in the waiting season. The sacred texts affirm this truth, as it is written in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5. "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." These words are not confined to Jeremiah. They echo into your own life. Set apart before birth. Your timeline is unlike anyone else's. Delay, therefore, is not a detour. It is the outworking of divine appointment, written long before you breathed your first breath. The enemy will try to twist this truth. He will say, "If you were really chosen, wouldn't things move faster? Wouldn't doors fling open?" But chosen lives often walk the narrow road. They are refined in fire, tested in waiting, and proven in obscurity. That is why you must hold tightly to your identity. You are set apart. You cannot live, move, or grow like everyone else. Think of the vineyard. Every vine is pruned so it can bear fruit. But the choicest vines, the ones reserved for the richest wine, are pruned with special care, cut back further, tended longer, and hidden away in dark cellars to age. When finally uncorked, their flavor is unmatched. You, chosen one, are that special vine. Your delay is your cellar season. It may feel dark and endless, but it is producing a richness that will one day be poured out for nations. This identity carries both burden and blessing. The burden is that you cannot measure yourself by ordinary standards. The blessing is that your outcome will never be ordinary. Delay is not evidence of abandonment, but evidence of calling. So as you walk through this season, resist the urge to despise it. Embrace it instead as proof that heaven has marked you. Each day of waiting is a reminder you are set apart, consecrated, and reserved for an appointed time. When the release comes, you will not stumble unprepared into destiny. You will rise, steady and refined, carrying the unmistakable fragrance of one who has been hidden by God for a holy purpose. And then, the world will understand what the delay was truly for. Being set apart is not always comfortable, but it is always purposeful. Every delay has whispered this truth into your life, even when you could not see it. The world often measures worth by speed, who arrives first, who achieves fastest, but heaven measures worth by endurance, by faith, by the ability to remain steady even when everything slows to a crawl. That is why your path looks different. It must. Look again at your journey. Notice the unique bends and pauses that once frustrated you. Now see them as evidence of your chosenness. Ordinary lives can afford to be rushed. Chosen lives must be refined. In time, you will look back and realize you were never late. You were always on God's calendar, always right on time for the story. He has been writing with your life. So walk on, with peace in your spirit. Delay is not denial. It is the language of heaven saying, you are set apart, chosen one. Delay is not simply a waiting room, it is also a testing ground. When heaven withholds the promise for a time, it is not because the promise has been revoked, but because heaven is watching your posture. How you carry yourself in the waiting season reveals much about the strength of your faith and the purity of your heart. Think of Abraham. He was told he would be a father of nations. Yet years passed with no child in sight. Every sunrise tested his patience. Every night tested his trust. Would he cling to the promise, or would he give in to despair? Scripture records both his triumphs and his missteps, reminding us that testing in the delay is not about perfection, it is about perseverance. Delay is like the refining of gold. Fire expose impurity. And only what endures the heat is worthy of the crown. When your life feels pressed by fire, it is not because you are abandoned, but because you are precious. The fire of delay does not destroy it, defines. There is a story of a craftsman shaping clay on a wheel. The clay resists, collapsing again and again under his hand. Yet the craftsman does not throw it away. Patiently, he adds water, reshapes, presses, and molds. Only after much time does the clay begin to take form as a vessel of beauty. In the same way, your delay is the wheel, and God is the craftsman. Every spin, every press, every reshaping is for your good. It is written in the letter of James, chapter 1, verse 12. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. This crown does not come cheaply. It is given only to those who remain faithful in the test of delay. That is why your current season matters so deeply. Heaven is not looking for speed. Heaven is looking for steadfastness. Now hear me clearly this message. These words are not to burden you, but to strengthen you. If they speak to your spirit, it is because the Spirit of God is already confirming within you that you are in the right place, at the right time, hearing the right word. That alone is a gift. And here, allow me to speak with gentleness. If this message is nourishing your soul, if it feels like water to a thirsty heart, then consider how you might also keep this river flowing. Sharing the word is one way. When you press like, it is as if you place another stone into the foundation of a house being built. Each stone matters. Each one makes the structure stronger for the next soul that enters. When you choose to share, it is like lighting a torch and passing it into another valley, where someone lost in the shadows suddenly sees the glow and remembers that hope still exists. To subscribe is not about following a channel. It is like planting your tent beside a flowing river, ensuring that each time the waters of heaven pour forth, you will not miss the refreshing stream. And if your heart stirs to give, then your gift is like pouring oil into a lamp that burns through the night. Without oil, the flame would dim. With it, the light stretches further, comforting many who have yet to find their way home. Giving is never demanded, but when chosen freely, it becomes a fragrance rising to heaven. Whether it is a widow's coin or a king's treasure, every gift matters because it carries the fragrance of the heart behind it. If you cannot give, your presence here is already precious. If you choose to give, you are joining in the mission of spreading light further than one voice ever could. So take these words not as a requirement, but as an open invitation, just as the farmer sows seed freely, trusting that some will fall on good soil. So too is this invitation laid before you. You are free to give, free to share, free to walk away, but know that whatever you choose, your value as a chosen one does not diminish. The true test is not about your wallet or your hands, but about your heart in the waiting. Will you endure? Will you keep faith? Will you trust even when the sky is silent? That is the crown heaven watches for. Delay, then, is not punishment. It is promotion disguised as silence. It is the proving ground where your faith is tested and found genuine, more precious than gold. And when the appointed time arrives, you will wear the crown, not because you rushed through the test, but because you endured it. So lift your head, chosen one. Your delay has meaning. Your waiting is not wasted. Every tear, every sigh, every whispered prayer is recorded. Heaven sees. Heaven knows. Heaven remembers. The test is almost over, and the reward is nearer than you think. Chosen one. Let this sink into your heart. What feels like delay is heaven's classroom. You are not overlooked. You are being observed. You are not forgotten. You are being formed. Every quiet moment, every unanswered question, every season of hiddenness is proof that your life is too valuable to be rushed. The lamp image still holds true for you. Some will pour oil, some will pass the flame, some will simply sit in the light, and each one is part of the story. Your role, right now, is to remain steady in the glow, trusting that the God who began the work will bring it to completion in His time. Carry this truth with you. Your delay is not wasted. It is preparing you for something beyond imagination. And when it unfolds, you will see that every moment was necessary. Chosen one. In every delay there are signs, subtle yet unmistakable, that reveal heaven's timing. Sometimes these signs come in the form of numbers, appearing repeatedly until they stir something deep within you. They are not coincidences, they are whispers of alignment. Reminders that God is in control of the clock. You may glance at your phone and see the same digits flashing on the screen, again and again, perhaps on a license plate, perhaps on a receipt, perhaps in a dream. The repetition catches your spirit. At first, you wonder if it means anything at all. Then slowly you realize heaven has chosen this way to speak, to assure you that your delay is purposeful and that divine order is unfolding. Numbers in Scripture often carry prophetic meaning. For example, the number 40 symbolizes testing and preparation. 40 days of rain for Noah. 40 years in the wilderness for Israel. 40 days of fasting for Jesus. Likewise, your strange delay is a 40 moment, not forever, but long enough to refine you. When you notice these patterns, do not dismiss them. They are reminders that God's hand is on the calendar. Even your waiting season is marked with heavenly ink. Think of Gideon, unsure of his calling. He laid out a fleece, asking God for confirmation. Twice the Lord answered him with signs, leaving no room for doubt. In the same way, numbers and patterns may be your fleece. They assure you, though the promise tarries, it is still alive. The Word of God shines on this mystery, as it is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9. In their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. No, your steps, even when delayed, are established. That means nothing is wasted. Every pause, every detour, every extended waiting season is woven into the tapestry of divine order. Now, let us bring this closer to your own story. There was once a young woman who dreamed of marriage, family, and ministry. Yet year after year passed, and the delay grew heavier. Then, during a season of deep prayer, she began noticing a certain number everywhere. It showed up on digital clocks, on bills, even on the page of her Bible as she turned at random. That number became her anchor. Each time she saw it, she was reminded, I am not forgotten. God has numbered my days with purpose. When her season of release finally came, she understood that those numbers had been heaven's way of keeping her hope alive. Chosen one. Perhaps heaven is already speaking to you through signs like these. If you have dismissed them as coincidence, pause and look again. Could it be that the same God who aligned stars, seas, and seasons is aligning digits to whisper encouragement into your spirit? Delay is heavy. Yes, but these signs are like cracks of light under a closed door. Proof that something beyond the door is alive and waiting for you. Now I ask you to respond with a prophetic act. Write in the comments this number, 555. Why this number? Because it is a symbol of grace multiplied, of transition unfolding, of the hand of God moving to shift what has been stuck. When you type it, you are not playing with digits. You are agreeing with heaven that your delay is carrying you into transformation. By declaring 555, you are saying, I trust that this waiting is moving me closer, not further away. I believe grace is enough for this season. I know my breakthrough is prepared. Now, your comment becomes more than text. It becomes testimony. It tells others who see it that they are not alone in their delay. It also tells heaven that you are aligning yourself with divine timing, choosing trust over frustration. Signs and numbers are not meant to replace faith, but to strengthen it. They are reminders for weary hearts that God still reigns over calendars, clocks, and seasons. You are not adrift in time. You are being carried on heaven's current. So pay attention. When the same number greets you again and again, let it stir your faith. Let it remind you that the author of time is still writing your story. Let it anchor you in the truth that delay is only the womb of divine arrival. And as you continue to wait, let every sign reassure you. Heaven is closer than you think. And your breakthrough has already been scheduled. The number you typed, 555, is more than digits. It is a prophetic echo. In Scripture, the number 5 often represents grace. When repeated 3 times, it is as though grace has been layered, multiplied, overflowing. This is not a coincidence. It is a declaration that in your delay, grace is surrounding you on every side. Grace in delay does not mean the waiting is easier. It means you are carried even when you feel too weak to walk. It means that, though the weight presses, you are not crushed. Grace is the invisible hand holding you upright when your own strength gives out. Numbers like these are heaven's language of comfort. They remind us that God is not only aware of our timing, He is actively writing it. Just as He numbered the hairs on your head, He numbers your days with intentionality. Nothing slips through His fingers. Do not fear when the delay stretches longer. If 555 has found you, it is a reminder that you will not endure the season empty-handed. Transition is coming. The same grace that sustained you yesterday will usher you into tomorrow. So the next time you see this number, pause, breathe, whisper to your soul, I am in the hands of God's timing. That whisper is not weakness, it is worship. Chosen one, hold to this truth. Delay is not an endless tunnel. It is a bridge. Grace is your escort across it. And the moment your foot touches the other side, you will see why the wait was worth it. Chosen one. There are days when your prayers feel like they vanish into the sky without echo, when silence weighs heavier than any spoken word. You kneel, you whisper, you cry out, and yet heaven seems still. This silence can pierce deeper than rejection. For at least rejection is an answer. Delay often comes dressed in silence, leaving your heart to wrestle with questions. But let me tell you this, unanswered prayers are not ignored prayers. In the waiting, God is not rejecting your voice, He is refining your heart. The apparent silence is not absence, it is strategy. Sometimes heaven withholds an immediate response, not because your request is unworthy, but because the timing of the answer carries more importance than the answer itself. Think of Lazarus. His sisters sent word to Jesus urgently, "The one you love is sick." Yet Jesus delayed. He did not rush. He waited until Lazarus had died before he arrived. To those who loved Lazarus, this delay looked cruel, heartless, even neglectful. But Jesus was orchestrating something greater, a resurrection, not just a healing. The unanswered prayer was not denial. It was preparation for a miracle no one expected. So it is with you. Every silent prayer, every night you lay awake, wondering if God hears, is part of a greater unfolding. The silence itself is shaping you into someone who does not live by feelings alone, but by faith. There was a young man who prayed fervently for direction. For months, he begged for clarity, fasted, and waited. But all he heard was silence. Frustrated, he stopped asking and began worshipping instead. Over time, his spirit shifted from desperation to surrender. It was in that place of surrender that God finally spoke. Not with thunder, but with a gentle whisper. Now you are ready to listen. He realized the delay had not been about God's silence, but about his own readiness. Unanswered prayers reveal your posture. Do you pray only to get what you want? Or do you pray to know God's will? The silence tests this. It strips away selfishness and draws out surrender. Scripture speaks directly to this mystery. It is written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. End quote. Notice the words, all things. That includes silence. That includes delays. That includes the long stretches where your prayers seem unanswered. All of it is being woven into good. Sometimes unanswered prayers are divine redirections. You ask for one door to open, but heaven knows that behind that door lies harm, disappointment, or bondage. Silence becomes your protection. God answers not by giving what you asked for, but by withholding it. The absence of an answer is often the loudest no of his love. Think of Paul. He prayed 3 times for his thorn to be removed. Yet heaven's response was not what he expected. God did not take away the thorn. Instead, he said, "My grace is sufficient for you." The unanswered prayer became an opportunity to encounter grace more deeply than healing alone could provide. When your prayers feel unanswered, consider this. Perhaps God is preparing you for an answer beyond your imagination. Perhaps he is shaping you into a vessel capable of holding a greater glory. Perhaps he is whispering in silence what words cannot contain. Waiting in unanswered prayer also teaches discernment. It teaches you to listen not just for a yes or no, but for God himself. The delay draws you away from treating prayer like a transaction and into treating it like communion. Picture a tree planted by rivers of water. In dry seasons, the surface looks barren, but beneath, the roots push deeper, searching for hidden streams. So it is with unanswered prayers. They push your soul deeper into God, beyond the surface of immediate gratification, into the depths of trust. Chosen one, remember this: silence is not punishment. It is preparation. It is the soil in which your faith grows, roots. One day, when the answers arrive suddenly, you will realize that every quiet moment had purpose. You will look back and see how the unanswered prayers led you into deeper strength, greater trust, and unshakable faith. So, do not despise this silence. Embrace it as the language of heaven, shaping you for miracles that eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. Chosen one. Unanswered prayers can feel like heavy stones you carry, but each one has meaning. They are not wasted words drifting into nothingness. They are seeds buried deep, waiting for their season to break through the soil. Sometimes God's silence is his greatest kindness. You may not see it now, but he knows the full path ahead. If he gave you everything at once, you would stumble under the weight. By withholding, he protects you from battles you are not yet ready to face. Unanswered prayers also train your ears. In the absence of immediate replies, you begin to hear the gentle whispers of His Spirit. You learn that God is not always in the thunder or earthquake, but often in the still small voice. Think of the silversmith refining silver. He holds it in the fire until he sees his reflection. So too, God keeps you in the waiting until your soul reflects His image more clearly. The day will come when you will thank Him for every prayer that was delayed, for every silence that built your faith. You will realize that those were not void moments but holy seasons. So carry this truth with you. Unanswered prayers are not closed doors, but bridges leading to better promises. What seems silent is actually sacred, and though the answers linger, the God who hears every sigh and every whisper is closer than your breath. Chosen one. In the midst of waiting, one of the greatest dangers you face is the enemy's counterfeit rush. When heaven ordains a delay, darkness often seeks to lure you into moving faster than God's timing, offering shortcuts that look like blessings but carry hidden chains. The counterfeit rush is subtle, and it often arrives dressed in urgency, whispering, "Why wait? Take it now." Think of Esau, hungry and weary. He was offered a bowl of stew. In that moment, his appetite screamed louder than his destiny. He traded away his birthright for temporary satisfaction. That is the power of the counterfeit rush. It convinces you that now is better than later, even if it costs you everything. When delay stretches long, impatience becomes fertile soil for deception. The enemy whispers, "God is too slow. Maybe you should handle this yourself." This is the same voice that tempted Sarah, leading her to offer Hagar to Abraham. The result was Ishmael, a child born not of promise but of haste. Ishmael was not a curse, but he was not the covenant either. The counterfeit rush always produces something that looks close to the promise but lacks the eternal weight of it. You, chosen one, must learn to discern the difference. God's blessings come with peace, with alignment, with confirmation. Counterfeits often come with anxiety, pressure, and the sense that if you don't take it now, you will lose everything. That urgency is not the voice of heaven, it is the bait of deception. Delays test your trust. Will you wait for Isaac? Or will you settle for Ishmael? Will you guard your birthright like Jacob, or sell it like Esau? It is written in the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verse 25. The Lord is good to those whose hope is in Him, to the one who seeks Him. Notice the phrase, "to those whose hope is in Him." The counterfeit rush tries to shift your hope from God to self, from divine timing to human striving. But those who keep their hope anchored in Him will not be disappointed. Imagine a fruit tree. If you pluck the fruit before its season, it may look ripe, but it will taste bitter, lacking sweetness. Yet if you wait for the appointed time, the fruit carries not only flavor but nourishment. The counterfeit rush tempts you to pluck too soon, leaving you with bitterness instead of blessing. There was once a man who prayed for a business opportunity while waiting. He was offered a deal that promised quick profit but carried questionable integrity. The pressure was high. Take it now or lose it forever. For a moment, he almost gave in. But something in his spirit whispered, "Wait." Months later, that deal collapsed in scandal. Not long after, a legitimate door opened, bringing success without compromise. His delay saved him from destruction. Chosen one. Your waiting season is a shield. The counterfeit rush tries to convince you that waiting is wasting. But in truth, waiting is protecting. Every time you resist the urge to run ahead of God, you are preserving the purity of your promise. The enemy cannot steal what is yours, but he will try to get you to trade it for something less. His tactic is not theft, it is distraction. If he can get you to move too soon, he knows the weight of your destiny will be diluted. That is why discernment in delay is critical. Ask yourself, does this opportunity bring peace? Or does it bring pressure? Does it align with God's word? Or does it compromise His standards? Does it feel rushed? Or does it carry the steady rhythm of heaven? Remember, what is truly yours will never require you to violate your conscience. It will never pressure you into urgency. God's gifts wait for you because they were made for you. Your task in the delay is not only to wait, but to watch. Watch for the signs of counterfeits. Watch for the whisper of impatience. And guard your spirit against shortcuts. For every Ishmael that appears, there is an Isaac on the way. For every counterfeit door, there is a true one that will open without striving. The counterfeit rush is only a shadow. It cannot compare to the substance of what heaven has prepared. So stand firm in your waiting. Resist the voices of urgency that push you to move ahead of God. The longer you wait, the more costly the counterfeits will appear. But also, the clearer your discernment will grow. Delay is not just about preparing you for the promise, it is about protecting you from the counterfeit. That protection is one of the greatest gifts you could receive. Chosen one. The counterfeit rush may look shiny, but it cannot endure. What is born of impatience will always collapse under the weight of time. Only what is rooted in God's timing will last. Think again of Sarah and Hagar. Ishmael's birth was a product of haste, but Isaac's birth was a miracle of promise. One brought tension, the other brought covenant. Your delay is heaven's way of ensuring you receive the Isaac, not the Ishmael. The counterfeit rush will try to play on your hunger. It will say, "Take the stew now," just as Esau did. But each time you resist, you are proving that your destiny matters more than your appetite. That strength is forged only in delay. Do not despise the wait. See it as a guardrail, keeping you from falling into traps that appear golden but hide chains. Your patience is your shield, and your trust is your sword. When the true promise arrives, it will not demand haste, it will bring peace. And in that moment, you will know the delay was worth every tear, every sigh, every lonely prayer. Chosen one. Every delay carves a defining moment in your journey. There comes a point where the waiting is not just about circumstances, it is about identity. In this place of not yet, you discover who you truly are. The season of waiting separates those who are merely interested in God from those who are fully surrendered to Him. Think of the disciples waiting in the upper room. Jesus had told them to remain until the Spirit came. Many might have grown weary, but those who endured the delay experienced the outpouring of Pentecost. Their not yet moment became the dividing line between ordinary followers and Spirit-empowered witnesses. Your waiting is no different. It feels like a wilderness, but it is also a refining fire. The longer the delay, the more it tests your devotion. Will you stay at the altar when nothing changes? Will you cling to God when His voice is silent? This is what sets the chosen apart. It is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 36. You need to persevere, so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. The words are simple yet sharp. You need perseverance, not talent, not speed, not immediate answers, but perseverance. This is the trait that heaven values in chosen ones. Delay is the crucible in which perseverance is formed. There was once a young woman who longed for healing. Every prayer seemed unanswered. Every treatment failed. Friends walked away, saying her faith was in vain. Yet she held on. Years later, her body was restored suddenly, but more than her body, her spirit had become unshakable. Her "not yet" forged her identity as one who would never bow to despair. Chosen one, let your delay do the same for you. It is not the absence of progress, it is the presence of formation. In the silence, heaven is shaping your voice. In the pause, heaven is forging your spirit. And now, let me invite you to make a declaration. Write in the comments these words, "I won't quit." Just 3 words. But they carry fire. They tell the world, the enemy, and even your own doubts, that you will not surrender to impatience, fear, or disappointment. Why this declaration? Because quitting is the true danger in delay. Not the length of waiting, not the silence, not even the weariness, but giving up. When you type, "I won't quit," you are proclaiming that no matter how long the wilderness lasts, you will keep walking until the promised land comes into view. This delay is not to destroy you, it is to distinguish you. Stand firm, endure, and let perseverance finish its work. The "not yet" is preparing you for a "now" that will change everything. The words "I won't quit" may seem small, but they carry the weight of eternity. They are not just a phrase for comments, they are a covenant between your heart and heaven. Each time you declare them, you are planting a flag in the ground of your delay, saying, "This season will not break me, it will build me." Quitting is the enemy's ultimate strategy. He knows he cannot cancel God's promise, so he works to cancel your faith. If he can convince you to walk away, the promise remains untouched, but you never step into it. That is why your persistence matters more than you realize. Delay is not a void. It is a shaping tool. Every day you endure, your spirit grows stronger. Your endurance becomes like steel forged in fire. Unbending, unbreakable. Others may rush ahead, only to stumble. But you, rooted in perseverance, will stand when others fall. Think of Noah. For decades he built the ark under the scorn of his generation. No rain came. No clouds formed. And still he hammered wood and sealed pitch. His delay looked foolish, but his perseverance preserved humanity. That is the power of refusing to quit. Even Jesus endured his own delay in the wilderness. For 40 days he faced temptation, hunger, and loneliness. The enemy tried to lure him into shortcuts, but he would not quit. His victory there prepared him for his public ministry. Your wilderness, too, is shaping the strength of your destiny. It is often in the "not yet" that God whispers the deepest truths. When everything else is stripped away, answers, support, comfort, you are left with Him alone. And in that sacred stillness, He reveals that His presence is enough. Even before the promise arrives, the phrase "I won't quit" is more than resistance. It is worship. It declares that God is worthy of your trust. Even without immediate results, it says, I value you more than what you give. I will stay. Not because of the crown, but because of the King of. Consider the vineyard once more. The finest wine comes from grapes that endured the longest seasons, pressed and crushed before being poured out. Your refusal to quit makes you that vintage rare, costly, and filled with richness that can refresh others. When your now moment finally comes, you will see why perseverance mattered. The promise will taste sweeter because you endured the bitter waiting. The testimony will shine brighter because you carried scars of endurance, and others, seeing your story, will find strength to persevere in their own. So, chosen one, carry these words like armor. I won't quit. Say them when the night feels endless. Whisper them when silence feels unbearable. Write them when doubt knocks at your door. Each time you do, you anchor yourself deeper in God's timing. And when the door finally opens, you will step through, not as a weary survivor, but as a refined warrior, crowned with perseverance. Chosen one. Every crown forged in heaven is tested first by delay. The season of waiting is not a prison, it is a training ground. And when you remain faithful through the silence, heaven prepares to clothe you in authority. The crown does not come to the restless or the impatient. It rests upon the heads of those who endure. Think of the blacksmith, hammering steel again and again upon the anvil. Sparks fly, the fire roars, and the blows seem unending. But without the pounding, the sword cannot be strong. So too with you. The blows of delay, the fire of waiting, are not meant to destroy you. They are shaping you into a vessel that will not shatter under the weight of the crown. The crown is more than honor. It is responsibility. It is given to those who have proven that their faith will not crumble when tested. Your waiting, your silence, your tears in hidden places are not forgotten. They are jewels being placed into the crown prepared for you. It is written in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 25. Everyone who competes goes into strict training. They seek a fading crown, but we seek the crown that lasts forever. This crown cannot be bought. It cannot be stolen. It can only be received by those who wait, who trust, who remain steadfast when others fall away. Your delay is not proof of weakness, it is proof of your preparation. Now let me offer you pictures, images to hold close to your heart. When you press like, it is as though you drop a single spark into a dark cave. Alone, it flickers, but together with others, it becomes a blaze that drives shadows away. When you choose to share, imagine casting a bottle into the ocean. Inside it is a message of hope. You may never know on which distant shore it lands, but for someone stranded in despair, it may be the very lifeline they prayed for. To subscribe is like anchoring your boat near a lighthouse. Each time its beam sweeps across the waters, you see clearly where to go. You are not bound, you are guided. You remain close to the light, so that storms cannot toss you into confusion. And if your heart feels stirred to give, think of it as pouring fresh oil into a lamp set on a city hill. That lamp does not shine for itself, it shines, so travelers lost in the night can find their way home. Every drop of oil extends the reach of light farther than your eyes can see. Think of how many travelers journey through deserts. Some find oases because others built them long before. Your act of kindness, whether in sharing, subscribing, or giving, is like building an oasis for someone you may never meet. They will drink, they will rest, and they will rise again because of what you planted here. But let me be clear, your value is not measured by these actions. You are already chosen. These are not conditions, they are invitations. Like open doors, they stand before you, waiting for you to decide if you will step through. Your crown is not earned by clicks or coins. It is earned by perseverance, by faith, by trust in the delay. Yet, when you respond with love, whether through a like, a share, a subscribe, or a gift, you are participating in something larger than yourself. You are helping the message of hope reach valleys you may never walk. The delay, painful as it is a holy test. And the crown, when placed upon your head, will testify that you endured, that you trusted, that you did not quit. So, keep waiting, keep trusting, and when the moment arrives, you will step into your crown, not as one who stumbled through delay, but as one who conquered it, chosen one. Think of your life as a long journey through valleys, deserts, and mountains. The crown is not handed to the one who runs fastest, but to the one who refuses to stop walking. Each step you take in delay, though it feels small, is a step closer to the place where heaven's promise and your perseverance meet. Delay is not a punishment. It is like winter before spring. Tree look bare. The earth seems lifeless. But beneath the soil, roots are deepening. When spring finally comes, the blossoms prove that winter was not wasted. Your crown is the blossom that will prove the purpose of your winter. You may wonder, how long must I wait? That question itself is part of the refining. Waiting teaches you that timing belongs to God, not to calendars or clocks. By surrendering control, you step into freedom, because the burden of scheduling your own breakthrough is lifted from your shoulders. The images of sparks, bottles, lighthouses, and lamps are not just metaphors. They are reminders that even in waiting, you have ways to keep hope alive. Each act, whether small or unseen, adds fuel to the larger flame of what God is doing through you. One day, when the crown rests upon your head, you will see how the sparks became a fire, how the bottle reached a shore, how the lighthouse kept you steady, and how the lamp drew others safely home. In that moment, you will not regret a single pause or delay, because you will realize the waiting was not a detour, it was the very road to destiny. So lift your heart, keep your eyes steady. The crown of glory is not far, and when it comes, the story of your waiting will shine brighter than the crown itself. Chosen one. Breathe this truth in. The delay has not defeated you, it has defined you. Every pause has been sacred. Every waiting moment, holy. The crown will sit on your head, not in spite of the delay, but because of it. Hold steady. Your time is near. Chosen one. Delay often serves a deeper purpose than you first realize. What appears to you as a pause is often heaven breaking old cycles in your life. You may have wondered why doors that once opened easily are now firmly shut. Why familiar patterns suddenly refuse to continue. It is because God, in His mercy, will not allow you to walk endlessly in circles. Delay is his way of breaking you free. Think of Israel again. In the wilderness, they often longed to return to Egypt, preferring the familiarity of slavery over the uncertainty of freedom. Yet God prevented them from turning back. He delayed their entry into the promised land, not to punish them, but to uproot Egypt's mindset from their hearts. A slave cannot carry the promise of kingship. The delay became the surgery by which God cut out their old cycles. Your life may reflect something similar. Perhaps you notice the same struggles resurfacing, relationships that echo one another, battles with fear that feel repetitive, habits that cling to you despite your prayers. Delay is God's way of saying, this cycle ends here. What feels like stagnation is actually a reset. Cycles are powerful, left unbroken. They repeat themselves, trapping generations in the same patterns. Delay halts the rhythm, forcing you to see what cannot enter your future. Just as a gardener prunes diseased branches to protect the whole tree, God prunes through delay to ensure your next season grows healthy. The Word of God speaks to this truth, as it is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 19. See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. And notice the promise, a new thing. To embrace the new, the old must be left behind. Delay is the divine pause that ensures you no longer carry yesterday's burdens into tomorrow's blessings. Consider a potter working with clay. If cracks appear during shaping, he will not rush to fire the vessel. Instead, he delays, pressing and molding again, repairing the weak spots. Only when the vessel is ready will he place it in the kiln. Delay in your life may be God's gentle hands pressing out the cracks so that when the fire comes, you do not shatter. There was once a man who prayed for success in his career. Time after time, he applied for promotions, only to be overlooked. Frustration mounted until he realized that every workplace he sought to remain in carried patterns of compromise and corruption. God was not allowing him to settle in broken systems. Years later, a new opportunity arose in a different field, free from those cycles. Suddenly, the delay made sense. It was protection from repeating patterns that would have destroyed him. You, too, may be protected from repeating a cycle you do not yet see. A relationship may close, not because you are unworthy, but because it mirrors the same pain you once endured. A job may be denied, not because you are incapable, but because it would lock you into a loop that suffocates your calling. Delay is a teacher. It teaches you to recognize the patterns of the past so you can reject them in the future. It strengthens your discernment so that when the true door opens, you will know it is not another cycle disguised as progress. Think also of seasons in nature. Winter may feel like death, with trees bare and soil frozen. But in reality, winter is the season that kills pests and diseases, preparing the ground for spring. Without the delay of winter, the harvest of summer would be ruined. In the same way, your season of delay is killing what cannot survive in your future. Chosen one. Though delay frustrates your flesh, it frees your spirit. It ensures that when you step forward, you do not carry yesterday's chains with you. When you look back, you will see the wisdom of it. You will thank God for the doors that never opened, for the opportunities that vanished, for the relationships that dissolved, you will realize that they were not losses. They were divine interruptions, breaking harmful cycles. So, embrace this truth. Your delay is not the end of movement. It is the end of repetition. The circle is breaking. The line is forming. And soon, you will walk forward. Not in loops, but in purpose. Chosen one. Cycles often feel invisible until they are broken. You only notice the circle once God interrupts it. What looked like failure after failure may have been the Father's deliberate hand, blocking you from repeating what would have drained your spirit. Delay is the space where awareness awakens. In the stillness, you begin to see the patterns that enslaved you, fear passed down through family lines, unhealthy attachments that reappear in different faces, or habits that disguise themselves as comfort but bind your growth. The waiting season shines a light on these shadows. Breaking cycles require courage. It means choosing the unfamiliar over the familiar, even when the familiar feels safe. But safety without destiny is just another form of bondage. Delay invites you to step out of that false safety and into the risk of trust. Think of Israel standing before the Red Sea. Behind them was Egypt, the old cycle of slavery. Before them was the sea, a terrifying unknown. God delayed their escape until Pharaoh's army pressed closer, forcing them to see there was no going back, only forward. The delay made the choice clear: remain in bondage or step into miracle. Your life mirrors that moment. Delay narrows your options until only God's path remains. It may feel uncomfortable, but it is mercy. It is His way of ensuring that your next step breaks the circle once and for all. Chosen one. Trust the delay. It is heaven's tool to break chains, to open your eyes, and to set your feet firmly on new ground. Chosen one. The signs of heaven do not always come in thunder or fire. Often, they arrive in the quiet patterns around you, in dreams, in symbols, in the repeated appearance of numbers that stir your spirit. These prophetic signs are God's way of whispering encouragement during the season of delay. They remind you that you are not wandering aimlessly. You are moving according to a divine calendar. Have you ever noticed the same number showing up again and again on receipts, on clocks, on pages you happen to turn to? At first, you might dismiss it as coincidence, but when it lingers, when it refuses to leave your awareness, it is no accident. Heaven has chosen that rhythm as a message for you. In Scripture, numbers often hold deep meaning. 7 is the number of completion. 12, the number of divine order. 40, the number of testing. Each time such a number appears, it carries weight beyond mathematics. It becomes a reminder of what God is doing in unseen realms. Delay makes these signs shine brighter. In silence, even a small whisper feels like thunder. In waiting, even a simple number feels like prophecy. These signs are not meant to replace your faith, but to strengthen it. They serve as markers, like mileposts on a long road, assuring you that you are still on the right path. Think of Jacob. As he slept with a stone under his head, heaven opened, and he saw a ladder reaching into the sky, angels ascending and descending. That dream was more than a vision. It was a sign, a marker to assure him that his journey was under divine supervision. Your repeated signs, whether numbers or dreams, are ladders reminding you of heaven's nearness. It is written In the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 30, "Even the very hairs of your head are all numbered." End quote. If God has numbered the hairs on your head, do you think the numbers you see are random? No. They are intentional, woven into your days to remind you that nothing about your life escapes His attention. I once heard a story of a man burdened by delay. Every project he tried to start seemed stalled. One evening, weary of waiting, he prayed, "Lord, give me a sign that you still see me." Moments later, he glanced at the clock, 11:22. He shrugged it off. But over the next days, the same digits appeared everywhere. Slowly, he realized that God was whispering, "I see you. I know the delay. I have ordered your steps." That sequence of numbers became his anchor until his breakthrough arrived. Chosen one. Perhaps you too have been seeing patterns. Do not dismiss them. Write them down. Pray over them. Ask the Spirit to reveal what they mean. Heaven is still speaking, even in the language of numbers. And now, as an act of agreement, I invite you to write in the comments this number, 888. Why? Because it is the number of new beginnings and resurrection. The delay you are enduring is not the end. It is the preparation for something brand new. When you type 888, you are declaring, "I believe a fresh chapter is being written. I trust that after delay, resurrection power will flow into my life." End quote. This act is not superstition. It is prophetic symbolism. It is your way of saying, "I recognize the signs, and I align myself with heaven's timing." Delay often feels like burial. The seed disappears into the soil, hidden, unseen, forgotten. But 888 reminds you that burial is never the end for the chosen. It is always the beginning of resurrection. Think also of Joseph in prison. Every day felt the same, long and silent. Yet even in that hidden place, dreams kept guiding him. Numbers and visions reminding him that God was not finished. When the time came, he was not merely released, he was elevated. Your signs are preparation for the same kind of shift. When you see 888, let it comfort you. Let it remind you that the God who numbers your days is also the God who renews them. Your delay is not endless. It is a season designed to birth something entirely new. Chosen one. Keep your eyes open. The signs are all around you. And when you see them, remember, they are not coincidences, they are confirmations. Heaven is closer than you think. So, as you continue in your waiting, let the signs strengthen your faith. Let them remind you that your story is still unfolding, that your crown is still being crafted, and that resurrection always follows the silence of delay. Chosen one. The number 888 is not simply about digits, it is a reminder of cycles ending and fresh beginnings rising. Every 7 in your life, every completion and closure, leads into an 8, the birth of something new. Seeing this number again and again is heaven's gentle way of saying, you are closer to your turning point than you realize. 1. Delay feels endless because you measure it in minutes and days. But God measures it in seasons and purposes. He is not concerned with how long you have waited, but with how deeply the waiting has prepared you. 888 whispers that the preparation is almost complete. Think of resurrection morning. The disciples thought the delay of silence in the tomb was permanent. Yet on the third day, The stone rolled away, and life erupted where death had reigned. In the same way, your 888 moment is the rolling away of stones you thought would never move. Every time your eyes catch those 3 digits, let them pull you out of despair. Let them remind you that God is writing new pages, even when old ones seem stuck. Do not despise the wait. See it as the womb of your new beginning. Chosen one. Resurrection follows burial. Renewal follows delay. And when your 888 season fully unfolds, you will understand that every silent day was a seed of life preparing to bloom. Chosen one. Delay is not just about waiting for time to pass. It is about stretching the capacity of your soul. When God holds you in a season of not yet, He is enlarging the inner vessel that will carry His promise. Without this stretching, the blessing would come, but you would not be able to hold it. Think of a wineskin in ancient days. New wine could not be poured into old skins, for the skins would burst. They lacked the capacity to expand with the fermentation of the wine. In the same way, God delays your breakthrough until He has made your spirit supple enough, strong enough, wide enough to contain what He is about to pour out. Delay is His way of preventing you from breaking under the weight of the promise. This stretching often comes through circumstances that test your patience, your resilience, your faith, the unanswered prayers, the unfulfilled dreams, the long nights. All of these are stretching your inner world. At times it feels unbearable, as though you are being pulled in every direction. But this very tension is what makes space within you for something greater. It is written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. Now, do you see the pattern? Troubles stretch you, but glory outweighs them. Delay enlarges you, but destiny fills the space. What feels unbearable is in fact preparation for the weight of glory that will one day rest upon you. Think of Hannah. Year after year, longing for a child. Her delay was not simply barrenness, it was the stretching of her faith, her prayers, her longing. By the time Samuel was born, Hannah's heart was so enlarged in devotion that she offered him back to the Lord. Had the child come earlier, she may have clutched him tightly. After the delay, she could release him freely. Delay stretched her love into surrender. Or consider David again, anointed as king, yet sent back to tend sheep. Then, years of hiding in caves, fleeing from Saul, crying out in psalms of desperation. His delay was not a waste of time. It was the stretching of his capacity to lead, to worship, to fight, and to forgive. By the time he finally wore the crown, his heart was large enough to shepherd a nation. Your life is undergoing the same work. The longer the delay, the deeper the stretching, and though it hurts, though you cry, though you wonder why, remember, God is enlarging you so that the promise does not destroy you, but flows through you. Stretching also deepens empathy. In waiting, you learn to feel the pain of others who wait. You gain compassion, patience, and tenderness. When your breakthrough comes, you will not flaunt it. You will guide others through their delay because you know its weight firsthand. Picture a leather waterskin being soaked, pressed, and pulled. The more it is treated, the more flexible it becomes. Without this process, it cracks easily. Your heart is that vessel. The soaking of tears, the pressing of trials, the pulling of delay are making you flexible, resilient, unbreakable. And here lies another mystery. Stretching creates hunger. The longer you wait, the more desperate your desire becomes. Désir, when purified, draws you closer to God. By the end of delay, you no longer just want the gift, you want the giver. The stretching ensures that when the promise arrives, it does not replace God in your heart, but rests under Him. Chosen one, this capacity will be necessary for the days ahead. The promise God is preparing for you is not small. It is not fragile. It is weighty, eternal, powerful, and only a vessel stretched by waiting can carry such a load. One day, you will look back on these nights of tears and realize they were the very moments that made you large enough to carry joy. You will thank God for every moment of stretching, because without it, you would not have had room for what was to come. So do not despise the delay. Feel the stretch. Yes, acknowledge the ache, but see it as holy. Every tear, every prayer, every sigh is enlarging your heart, making you into a vessel fit for eternal glory. Chosen one. Stretching is not punishment, it is transformation. What feels like tearing is actually making space. If you feel stretched to your limits, it is because God is preparing you for more than you thought you could hold. Think of a tent being expanded. Stakes are driven deeper. Cords are pulled tighter. Fabric is stretched wider. At first, it seems uncomfortable, but soon the tent covers more ground, shelters more people, and becomes a greater refuge. Your life is that tent. Delay is the hand of God driving the stakes deeper so you can carry more. Stretching also teaches dependence. If everything came easily, you would rely only on yourself. But in the long pull of waiting, you learn that your strength runs out and His strength takes over. Delay ensures that when the promise comes, you cannot boast in yourself. You will know it was His power sustaining you. And perhaps most importantly, stretching shifts perspective. You begin to see delay not as wasted years, but as sacred preparation. You learn to celebrate growth that happens in hidden places, trusting that what is unseen today will sustain what is revealed tomorrow. So the next time you feel stretched beyond comfort, remember, this is the evidence that heaven is enlarging your capacity. When the blessing arrives, you will not burst, you will overflow. Chosen one. Silence can feel like the heaviest weight in the season of delay. When prayers rise and no answer falls, when your spirit strains to hear and heaven seems still, you wonder if you have been abandoned. Yet silence is not the absence of God. It is the preparation of the earth beneath your feet. Think of a farmer who plants seeds. For weeks, the soil looks unchanged. The surface is silent, still, almost lifeless. But underneath, life is moving. Roots are forming, stretching, digging deep into hidden places. If the soil were disturbed too soon, the process would be undone. So it is with your delay. While you see silence on the surface, preparation is happening underground. Sometimes God works louder in silence than He does in speech. By withholding an immediate answer, He teaches you to trust beyond feelings, beyond visible signs. The silence forms endurance, patience, and vision. These are not small things. They are the very qualities that will sustain you once the promise manifests. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." Oh, notice the command, "Be still." It does not say, "Understand everything," or "Control the outcome." It calls you to stillness. In the waiting silence, knowledge of God deepens. You discover His presence not in constant activity, but in quiet trust. The earth itself reflects this rhythm. Winter brings silence. Fields lie bare. Trees appear dead. Skies grow grey. Yet in that very stillness, the earth replenishes. Soil regain nutrient, and roots rest before spring's explosion of life. Without winter's pause, spring's abundance could not come. Silence in your life serves the same purpose. Consider also Elijah. He expected God's voice in the wind, in the earthquake, in the fire. But the voice did not come in those grand displays. It came in a gentle whisper, barely audible, yet profoundly real. Had Elijah despised silence, he would have missed the voice entirely. Your delay may be training you to hear whispers instead of thunder. Silence also exposes distractions. In noise, you may mistake busyness for progress, but in stillness, you see what truly matters. Delay strips away illusion, forcing you to confront the core of your faith. It reveals whether you seek God only for answers or for Himself alone. There was once a woman who longed to be healed. She prayed fervently, attended services faithfully, and waited for miracles. For years, nothing happened. But during the silence, she began journaling her prayers, listening more than speaking. Slowly, her relationship with God transformed. By the time her healing finally came, she realized the greatest gift had not been her restored body, but her restored intimacy with Him. The silence had prepared her heart for deeper communion. Chosen one, do not despise the silent seasons. They are sacred classrooms where God teaches lessons that noise cannot convey. The longer the silence, the stronger the roots. Picture a mountain lake at dawn, completely still. The water reflects the sky perfectly, like a mirror. But if the lake is stirred by wind or storm, the reflection distorts. Your soul in silence becomes like that still lake, reflecting God's image more clearly. Delay, therefore, is not absence. It is alignment. Heaven prepares the soil of your life in stillness so that when rain falls, it nourishes deeply rather than washing away. One day, when the answers arrive, you will look back on the silence with gratitude. You will see that it was not wasted time, it was foundational time. It was the season where your roots grew, your spirit deepened, and your faith became unshakable. So embrace the silence. Chosen one, it is not God's rejection. It is His hidden preparation. Silence can feel cruel when you are desperate for direction, but if you step back, you begin to see it differently. Silence is not the end of God's voice. It is the deepening of your hearing. When heaven does not rush to answer, your other senses awaken. You learn to recognize His presence in subtle shifts, a scripture that suddenly glows with meaning, a dream that lingers longer than usual, a peace that covers you, though circumstances remain unchanged. These are not small. They are evidence that silence is not empty. but filled with God's hidden movements. Silence is also an invitation to slow down. In a world that measures worth by speed and noise, God calls you into the stillness where real strength is found. Without silence, you might confuse frantic activity with progress, but in stillness, you rediscover that God Himself is your portion, not just His answers. Think of Moses on the mountain. The people below grew restless, demanding action, building a golden calf. But Moses lingered in silence with God, and in that stillness, he received not only direction, but the very presence of God's glory. Delay was not wasted, it was transformative. The silence of delay also acts as a filter. Those who cannot endure it often walk away, but those who remain are refined into true seekers. The silence separates casual followers from devoted chosen ones. You may feel as though nothing is happening, yet inside your soul something is shifting. Patience is forming, depth is growing, trust is maturing. These qualities cannot be rushed, and they cannot be learned in noise. They require silence. When the answers finally break through, you will notice a difference. You will not only rejoice in the outcome, but in the journey that formed you. The silence will no longer look like punishment. It will look like proof of God's wisdom. So the next time your prayers echo without reply, whisper this to yourself: this silence is holy. It is not abandonment, but alignment. It is not emptiness, but preparation. Chosen one, do not measure silence as absence. Measure it as evidence that God is working beneath the surface, preparing a harvest you cannot yet see. And when the season shifts, you will discover that silence was the womb of the promise. Chosen one, the season of delay is not a wasted chapter. It is the proving ground where patience becomes strength and trust becomes a crown. When the waiting stretches longer than you imagined, and hope feels thin, heaven is shaping you quietly, preparing you for the weight of destiny. Patience is not weakness. Patience is the warrior's hidden weapon. It is the steel that keeps the sword sharp while others grow weary. In waiting, you become the kind of person who does not crumble under pressure, who does not abandon the journey when storms rage. Patience becomes your armor, and endurance your sword. It is written in the letter of James, chapter 1, verse 4, "Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." Confidence is not only believing that God will act, it is also refusing to abandon faith while He seems silent. Perseverance is not only surviving delay, it is choosing to stand in hope when others fall into despair. Think of a runner training for a marathon. The early miles feel light, but as the distance increases, the true strength of the runner is revealed. Muscles lâchent, lungs burn, and the temptation to quit grows stronger with every step. Yet the runner who endures discovers a second wind, a hidden reserve of strength that only appears through perseverance. Delay in your life is that marathon. It reveals the reserves you did not know you carried. Your patience, your resilience, your faith in silence, all of it is proof that you are being crowned, even before the crown touches your head. Now, and allow me to speak to your heart with pictures, with images that reflect the beauty of your choices in this moment when you press like. Imagine planting a small candle on the window of your house during a dark night. It is not loud, it is not grand, but its glow tells every passerby, hope still lives here. 1,000 candles across the land create a horizon of light where despair cannot hide. When you choose to share, think of it as releasing a dove from your hand. That dove flies beyond your walls, beyond your reach, carrying a message of peace, somewhere far away, in a place you may never step. That dove will land on a weary shoulder, reminding someone that they are not alone in their waiting. To subscribe is like building a well in your own garden. A well ensures that no matter how dry the summer becomes, you have a source of water close by. Every time heaven pours fresh rain into this stream of words, your well catches it. And you never go thirsty. It is not obligation, it is wisdom. And if your heart stirs to comment, let it be more than text. Picture it as carving your name into the trunk of a tree by the river. Every traveler who passes and reads it will know. Someone else stood here. Someone else endured here. Someone else believed here. Your words become a testimony carved into the living wood of faith. Each of these acts like share, subscribe, comment are not demands. They are invitations to weave your light into something larger than yourself. They are ways of saying, I will not let my patience be silent. I will let it shine. You are not required. You are not forced. These are not conditions of being chosen. They are expressions of it. They are like petals falling into a stream, carried gently downstream to touch lives far beyond your sight. Chosen one. This is the beauty of your patience. It not only changes you, it changes others. Your endurance becomes an anchor for someone else, adrift. Your candle becomes light for another's night. Your testimony becomes courage for another's silence. Delay is heavy, yes, but it is holy. And when you look back, you will see that the patience you carried became the very crown you wear. Chosen one. Patience is often misunderstood. The world sees it as passivity, as doing nothing while time slips away. But in God's kingdom, patience is powerful. It is not empty, waiting. It is active faith, standing steady when storms rage and refusing to surrender when nothing changes. When you endure with patience, you are declaring to heaven and to darkness alike, I am unshakable, because my foundation is the Lord. That quiet endurance terrifies the enemy, because he knows he cannot move a heart rooted in God's timing. Patience is also a kind of worship. Each day you refuse to quit. You are lifting an invisible song that says, I trust you, even here, even now. That song is sweeter to heaven than any melody sung in comfort, for it rises from the furnace of faith. Think of Joseph in prison. He was not idle. He interpreted dreams, served faithfully, and remained steadfast. Even though years passed in silence, his patience did not delay his destiny. It prepared him to wear the robe of authority without letting bitterness corrode his soul. Your life may feel imprisoned by delay, but patience is shaping you as it shaped Joseph. The crown that awaits you is too heavy to be worn by hurried hands. It requires the weight of endurance beneath it. Patience also creates perspective. The longer you wait, the clearer you see what truly matters. What once seemed urgent fades, and what is eternal becomes precious. Delay refines your vision, teaching you to value what lasts forever over what pleases only for a moment. One day, when the promise arrives, you will not just celebrate the gift, you will cherish the journey. You will understand that without patience, You might have mishandled the blessing. With patience, you are ready, not just to receive it, but to guard it, to multiply it, and to use it for God's glory. So, when you feel the weight of delay pressing hard, remember this: every second of patience is an investment in eternal maturity. You are not standing still, you are being strengthened. You are not wasting time, you are gathering oil for the lamp that will one day shine brightly. Chosen one. Hold fast. Your crown is not only ahead of you, it is already being forged by your patience. And when it is placed on your head, it will testify, this one waited, this one endured, this one trusted, and therefore, this one is ready. Chosen one. The season of delay often feels like a wilderness, a place where paths vanish and landmarks are few. You wander between what was promised and what has yet to be seen, carrying only the memory of God's word as your compass. The wilderness is not punishment, it is a training ground. Every step, though slow and dry, strengthens your trust in ways abundance never could. Think of Israel, delivered from Egypt, but not yet in Canaan. The wilderness stretched before them, filled with uncertainty. They longed for the quick path, but God led them in circles, teaching them dependence. Manna fell daily, not weekly, so they could learn that trust must be renewed each morning. Water sprang from unexpected rocks, so they would know provision comes from the giver, not the ground. Delay in your life functions the same way. It trains you to live day by day, depending fully on God's hand. The wilderness strips away illusions of control. In cities, one relies on stored grain, built walls, and visible strength. In the desert, there is nothing to lean on but God Himself. Delay often removes the props of your life, leaving you feeling exposed. Yet in that exposure, you learn the one truth that sustains: God alone is enough. It is written in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8, verse 2. Remember how the Lord your God led you through the wilderness these 40 years, to humble and test you, to know if you would keep His commands. The wilderness reveals the heart. Delay uncovers whether your faith is rooted in circumstances or in covenant. In silence, you discover whether obedience remains when rewards are absent. God does not test you to fail you, He tests you to reveal you. Consider Elijah in his wilderness season. He fled into the desert, weary of battle, convinced his mission was over. There, beneath a broom tree, he prayed for death, yet God did not answer with judgment. Instead, He sent an angel with bread and water, sustaining Elijah for the journey ahead. The wilderness became not his end, but his renewal. Delay often feels like an ending, yet it carries within it the seeds of fresh strength. Your wilderness may look like unanswered prayers, closed doors, or silent heavens. Yet, beneath the surface, you are being trained in endurance. Faith that thrives in abundance may falter in scarcity, but faith forged in delay becomes unshakable. The wilderness also simplifies. Stripped of distractions, you begin to see clearly what matters. Old attachments fall away, false securities dissolve, and you learn to live with open hands. This simplicity is not loss, it is clarity. By the time you leave the wilderness, your heart is free of clutter, ready to embrace destiny without idols weighing it down. There was once a woman who longed for her calling to unfold quickly. Every attempt to move forward ended in frustration, as though the wilderness blocked her at every turn. Over time, she learned to stop striving and began simply listening, walking slowly, waiting daily for direction. Years later, when the door opened, she carried a quiet strength that rushing could never have produced. The wilderness had taught her the rhythm of trust. Chosen one, your wilderness delay is sacred. It humbles. It purifies. It strengthens. Do not despise its dry air or barren paths. This place is where roots deepen unseen. This place is where your faith learns to live without applause. This place is where your destiny becomes unshakable. One day, you will look back and realize the wilderness was not wasted. It was the bridge between slavery and promise, between immaturity and maturity, between calling and crown. And then you will understand, delay was not your enemy. It was your teacher, and it has prepared you for the land ahead. Chosen one. The wilderness is not only about survival, it is about revelation. In this barren place, God reveals himself in ways you could never see in comfort. Only in the silence of delay can you hear his whisper clearly, because every other voice has been stripped away. The wilderness trains your eyes to see miracles in small things. A drop of water becomes a reminder of his provision. A moment of peace becomes proof of his presence. When you emerge, you carry a deeper gratitude, because you have learned to notice the hidden fingerprints of God in everyday life. Delay in the wilderness also sharpens discernment. Without constant noise, you learn to recognize the subtle leading of his Spirit. This skill will guide you in future seasons when the stakes are higher. What you are practicing in waiting is not wasted. It is preparation for victories yet to come. Think of David tending sheep in hidden fields, alone, with no audience. He learned to hear God's voice, to write psalms, to fight lions and bears. Those silent years in the wilderness became the foundation of his kingship. Without them, he would not have had the strength to face Goliath or the wisdom to lead a nation. Your wilderness is the same. It may look like delay, but it is building unseen strength. It is forming resilience that cannot be faked. It is carving intimacy with God that cannot be replaced. One day, you will step into promise, and others will marvel at your wisdom, your courage, your steadiness. They will not see the wilderness years, but those years will be the reason you stand unshaken. So let your wilderness delay do its work. Let it strip. Let it refine. Let it deepen. Trust that God has not abandoned you. Here, he is walking beside you, providing manna, speaking in whispers, and preparing your feet for the land that flows with promise. When the season shifts, you will know it was worth it. You will carry the wilderness within you, not as a memory of pain, but as a foundation of faith that nothing can destroy. Chosen one. Every delay carries within it a mystery, the testing of hidden motives. While you wait, what lies beneath the surface of your heart rises into view. Delay is like a mirror that does not flatter. It reveals the true posture of your spirit. At first, you may think the waiting is only about circumstances. You pray for provision, for healing, for breakthrough. Yet as the days stretch into weeks and months, questions rise. Why am I really asking? Do I long for the gift more than the giver? Would I still serve him if the promise tarried longer than expected? Delay pulls away the surface layers. It exposes what lies deep inside, like fire applied to metal. It brings impurities to the top so they can be skimmed away. This is not cruelty, it is refinement. Without delay, self-centered motives might ride unnoticed into your future, poisoning the promise. With delay, they are uncovered, purified, transformed. The prophet Hosea once recorded words that echo this truth. In Hosea, chapter 6, verse 3, it is written, "Let us acknowledge the Lord, let us press on to acknowledge him. As surely as the sun rises, he will appear. He will come to us like the winter rains, like the spring rains that water the earth." Notice what the scripture highlights: the pressing on to know the Lord, not just to receive from him. Delay is heaven's way of calling you into deeper pursuit, into a love that does not depend on outcomes. Think of Abraham again. He waited decades for Isaac, and in the end, when Isaac came, God asked for him back. The test was not about the child, it was about Abraham's heart. Did he love the promise more than the one who gave it? Delay had already done its work. It had taught Abraham to trust. That is why he could lift the knife, knowing that even if Isaac was taken, God could raise him again. So it is with you. Delay sharpens the focus of your devotion. It asks, is your love conditional, or is it covenantal? Do you remain faithful only when answers flow, or do you remain faithful when silence stretches long? Your motives are not revealed to condemn you, they are revealed so you can be healed. Many discover in delay that their prayers were mixed with fear, pride, or desire for recognition. In seeing this, they are humbled, cleansed, and reshaped into purer vessels. By the time the promise arrives, their hearts are prepared to carry it without corruption. Think of a musician tuning an instrument. At first, the strings sound sharp or flat, discordant to the ear. The player turns the pegs, stretching or loosening until harmony emerges. Delay is God tuning your soul, bringing you into alignment with heaven's song. What once rang false is corrected, what once clashed is refined. Chosen one, your delay is not only about what is coming, it is about who you are becoming. Motives tested, faith purified, trust deepened. This hidden work ensures that when your new season arrives, you step into it not as one clinging to idols, but as one free to serve with undivided devotion. Do not despise the mirror of delay. Look into it honestly. If pride surfaces, let it be burned away. If fear rises, lay it before the Lord. If longing for the gift overshadows love for the giver, return to his presence until desire is rightly ordered. One day, you will thank him for not rushing. You will realize that the waiting season was not wasted. It was a furnace that refined your heart into gold. And when the promise rests in your hands, it will not own you. You will own it, because you belong fully to him. Chosen one. Refinement through delay is not always comfortable, but it is always merciful. God loves you too much to let hidden motives follow you into the next season unchallenged. What he exposes in delay, he intends to heal. Think of gold in the furnace. Heat does not create impurities, it reveals them. The fire forces what was hidden beneath the surface to rise where it can be removed. In the same way, waiting does not create selfishness or fear, but it brings them into view so that they can no longer control you. Delay reveals if you are seeking God's hand more than His face. Many cry out only for solutions, but in silence, you learn to long for His presence above all. That shift is priceless. When you want Him more than what He gives, you are ready for anything He entrusts. It also reveals your trust. Do you still worship when prayers echo back empty? Do you still serve when the door remains shut? These questions are not tests of cruelty, but invitations to deeper covenant. Love, proven in silence, is love that lasts. There was once a farmer who prayed for rain. Season after season, the skies stayed dry. At first, he prayed for crops. Later, he prayed for survival. But over time, his prayers shifted. Lord, let my life be pleasing to you. Rain or no rain. Years later, when abundance came, his devotion was steady, for it no longer depended on weather, but on God Himself. Delay had purified his motives. This is the hidden gift of delay. It turns you into a vessel that treasures the giver more than the gift. By the time the promise arrives, it cannot become an idol. It remains a blessing, held loosely in open hands. So if delay feels like fire, do not resist it. Let it work. Let it strip away what cannot remain. Trust that God's aim is not to wound you, but to make you whole. One day, you will look back and see that delay did not steal from you. It saved you. It saved you from shallow faith, from idols disguised as blessings, from pride that could have ruined your destiny. Delay preserved you for purity. Chosen one, this is why you can endure. Every hidden motive exposed is a step toward freedom. Every tear shed in silence is water cleansing the soil of your heart. Delay is holy work, and its fruit will be eternal. Chosen one, delay is not the end of your story. It is the pause before the music swells, the silence before the curtain rises, the dark soil where seeds break open to release new life. And often, in the stillness of delay, heaven gives signs not to confuse you, but to remind you that the author of your days is still writing with precision. One of those signs comes through numbers. They appear at moments when your heart is weary, catching your eye in ways too consistent to dismiss. They are not accidents. They are divine winks. Heaven's way of saying, I have not forgotten you. Oh, numbers in Scripture carry sacred meaning. They are woven into stories of creation, covenant, and fulfillment. 40 speaks of testing. 7 sings of completion. 12 shouts of divine order. But there are other numbers too, ones that carry the fragrance of promise, restoration, and renewal. Let me bring your attention to one of them, 444. This number is often seen by those walking through seasons of delay because it speaks of foundation, stability, and divine alignment. It is as though heaven is whispering, I am laying your foundation stone by stone. Though you cannot see the house yet, its structure is already forming. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 28, verse 16. So this is what the sovereign Lord says, See, I lay a stone in Zion, a tested stone, a precious cornerstone for a sure foundation. The one who relies on it will never be stricken with panic. Do you see it? The foundation is the focus. And foundations always take longer to build than walls. Builders know that a weak foundation means a collapsing house. That is why your delay feels long. It is the unseen work beneath the surface. securing your life, so that when the weight of destiny comes, you do not crumble. Consider Noah. Before the rain ever fell, he spent years building an ark that had never before been needed. The delay seemed absurd, but every board and beam formed a foundation for the salvation of his family. You too are building something in this delay that will one day protect many. Chosen one. This is why I invite you to type the number 444 inches, the comments. Why? Because it is more than digits, it is declaration. When you write 444, you are agreeing with heaven's architecture. You are saying, I trust that my foundation is being laid. I choose stability over rushing. I believe alignment is happening even when I cannot see it. Your comment becomes a prophetic act, not only strengthening your own faith, but also encouraging others who see it. Someone else scrolling may read 444 and realize they, too, are not alone in their foundation season. Together, these numbers become like stones in a wall, each one fitting with the other, building something greater than any single life. Think of a tree. Its roots grow downward, invisible, silent. Years pass before its branches tower upward. Yet when storms come, the roots prove their strength. Your delay is the root season. You may not see branches yet, but you are being anchored so deeply that when destiny blooms, nothing will shake you. Delay feels like nothing is happening, but everything is happening. Foundation work is slow. Alignement requiert patience. Yet when the house is finally built, it will stand for generations. And when the fruit tree blossoms, it will shelter many. So the next time you see 444, smile. It is not random, it is reassurance. It is God's way of saying, keep standing, keep trusting. Your foundation is almost complete. Chosen one. Type it boldly. 444. Let heaven and earth know you have chosen to trust the process, to embrace the delay, to stand on the cornerstone that never crumbles. And when the day comes that the walls rise and the roof shines, you will remember that the foundation was worth every silent season. Chosen one. Foundations are rarely celebrated because they remain hidden. No one gathers to admire the depth of the concrete or the strength of the stone. People cheer when walls rise or when rooftops are placed. But the most important work happens out of sight. That is why delay feels thankless. It is the part of your journey where no applause comes. Yet everything that matters is being secured. Think of skyscrapers. The taller the tower, the deeper the foundation must go. Workers die downward for months, sometimes years, before a single floor appears above ground. If the tower is meant to touch the clouds, its unseen roots must go down into the earth. You, chosen one, are destined for height, and so your delay digs deep. 444 reminds you that stability is more precious than speed. What use is a quick beginning if it cannot stand the test of time? Delay ensures that when the winds of pressure blow, you remain steady, not swaying with every storm. The prophet's words ring clear. God himself lays the cornerstone. That means your life is not being built on chance or on the fragile plans of men. It is being anchored to Christ, the unshakable foundation, with him beneath your feet. No delay can break you. It can only make you stronger. So, when you feel weary of waiting, picture yourself as that rooted tree. as that skyscraper's foundation, as that house anchored to the rock. Remind yourself, I am being built for permanence, not for show. One day, the walls will rise, the roof will gleam, the fruit will appear, and when it does, everyone will marvel at the strength of what they see, but only you will know the price of the hidden years. Delay, then, is not wasted time. It is sacred construction. And every time you declare 444, you are saying, I choose to value the unseen. I choose to trust the builder. I choose stability over haste. Oh, hold this truth close. Your foundation is almost ready. And when the season shifts, what rises will endure through every storm. Chosen one. Every delay is also a place of hidden preparation. When nothing seems to move on the outside, heaven is shaping the inside. What you call waiting, God calls training. Every day that feels silent is in fact filled with divine craftsmanship, molding you into someone capable of carrying the weight of the promise. Think of David. He was anointed king as a shepherd boy. Yet instead of stepping immediately onto the throne, he was sent back into the fields, then into caves, then into battles that seemed unending. To outsiders, it looked like delay, maybe even rejection. But God was shaping a shepherd into a ruler, a boy into a king. The throne demanded more than oil on his head. It required strength in his soul. Your delay is the same. Hidden preparation is often quiet, but it is never wasted. It refines your character, tests your motives, and strengthens your resolve. If the promise came too soon, it might crush you, but through delay, you are enlarged within, made steady enough to bear the crown when it comes. It is written in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. No, the good work is happening now, even when you cannot see it. Delay is proof that the process is ongoing, not abandoned. You are still on the potter's wheel, still being shaped for glory. Consider Esther. Before she stood before the king, she endured a year of preparation, months of oils, perfumes, training, and hidden instruction. To her, it may have felt like delay, but it was necessary. A queen could not be crowned without refinement. When her moment came, she was ready to not only wear a crown, but to deliver her people. Your hidden preparation is no less sacred. God may be refining your patience, teaching you humility, or enlarging your compassion. These are not small lessons, they are eternal foundations. They ensure that when the breakthrough arrives, you will not misuse it or forget who gave it. Delay also strengthens your discernment. In stillness, you learn to hear God's whisper more clearly. When distractions fade, His voice sharpens. By the time the next season arrives, you will not be swayed by counterfeits or deceived by shadows. You will walk with clarity, because silence has trained your ears. There was once a man who longed for leadership. He thought himself ready, but every opportunity seemed to pass him by. Years went on, and he grew weary. Yet, during those quiet years, he learned empathy, listening, and the weight of responsibility. When at last he was placed in authority, people marveled at his wisdom. They did not realize that wisdom had been forged in delay. Chosen one. Your story may be unfolding in hidden places right now. Do not despise them. Caves can feel suffocating. Deserts can feel barren. And silence can feel endless. But these are the very spaces where God forms giants. Hiddenness is not abandonment, it is preparation. The world celebrates quick success, but heaven invests in eternal strength. A fruit that ripens too quickly falls easily. A fruit that ripens slowly carries sweetness that lasts. You are that fruit, maturing in hidden seasons so that when you are revealed, you bring nourishment to many. So, walk with confidence in your delay. Even if the world cannot see your progress, heaven knows it. The potter's hands are steady. The builder's plan is sure. The gardener's eye is on you, waiting for the perfect harvest time. When the moment of unveiling comes, it will not be fragile or fleeting. It will be weighty, enduring, unstoppable. And you will see that the hidden years were not wasted. They were the foundation of everything yet to come. Chosen one, trust the process. The good work has begun, and it will be completed. Chosen one. Hidden preparation is a mercy disguised as silence. God does not rush you into destiny because He treasures you too much to let the crown destroy you. Every pause is His kindness. Every delay, His protection. Think of a seed buried underground. To the casual eye, it looks forgotten, but in the soil, something holy is happening. Roots are pushing deeper. Cells are multiplying. Strength is forming. If the seed were pulled out too soon, it would never bear fruit. Your life is that seed. The soil of delay hides you, not to bury you permanently, but to prepare you for growth beyond measure. Hidden preparation also protects your promise from contamination, just as precious gems form under pressure and away from sight. Your destiny is being refined where eyes cannot interfere and hands cannot corrupt. By the time God reveals you, your worth will shine from within, untainted by premature exposure. There was once a craftsman who carved violins. The most beautiful instruments came from wood that had been aged in silence for years. If the wood was rushed into use, the tone would be shallow. But when the delay of seasoning was honored, the sound became rich, capable of moving hearts. Chosen one. Your silence is seasoning. When your voice emerges, it will carry resonance that only delay can produce. So instead of resenting the hidden years, see them as a sacred forge. You are being equipped with resilience, humility, and clarity. The skills and virtues you are gaining now will sustain you when the promise becomes reality. Hold fast to this truth. Hidden preparation is not wasted time. It is divine investment. And when God chooses to unveil you, the world will not just see a promise fulfilled, they will see a vessel tested, refined, and ready for eternal impact. Chosen one. The delay you walk through is not without purpose. It is the holy pause before the great unveiling, the silent chapter before the climax of your story. And though the waiting feels long, heaven is whispering, "Stay steady, for what I am building in you will outlast every storm." Delay is the sculptor's chisel, striking stone again and again until a masterpiece emerges. To the stone, every strike feels harsh, but to the artist, each blow is precise, shaping beauty that could not appear any other way. Your life is that stone, and the hands of God are carving lines of glory into you through every season of waiting. It is written in the book of Romans, chapter 5, verses 3 and 4. We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. This is the divine sequence of delay. Suffering deepens perseverance. Perseverance strengthens character, and character blossoms into unshakable hope. Delay is not breaking you, it is building you, layer by layer, into one who can carry eternal hope. Now, let me offer you living images of what your choices mean in this very moment. When you press like, imagine laying a single stone into the foundation of a great cathedral. One stone may seem small, almost invisible, but together they form walls that lift toward heaven. Your simple act becomes part of a structure greater than yourself, something strong, sacred, and enduring. When you choose to share, see yourself as a river that overflows its banks, spilling life into dry lands beyond your reach. The water you release may touch fields you never step into, bringing harvest to souls you never meet. Your sharing becomes the current by which hope flows into unseen valleys. To subscribe is to plant your roots near a living spring. Each time the water flows, your roots drink deeply, ensuring that drought cannot wither you. It is not obligation, it is wisdom, a choice to remain close to the stream that refreshes you again and again. And should you feel stirred to stand with this message in other ways, let it never feel like demand, but like planting a vineyard. Every vine takes time. Every seed requires patience. But soon the branches will spread and grapes will hang heavy. Your willingness becomes a vineyard where others will one day taste the sweetness of what was sown. These acts like share, subscribe, support are not about numbers or demands. They are metaphors of trust, of community, of weaving your light into something that will outlast both of us. They are not forced upon you. They are doors you may freely choose to open, steps you may joyfully take if your heart is stirred. Delay, after all, is not walked alone. Others journey beside you, carrying their own silent burdens. When you light your candle, plant your stone, or flow like a river, you strengthen them too. What you do here echoes beyond you, turning your patience into a gift for someone else's night. Chosen one, remember this: delay may feel like stillness, but it is sacred movement beneath the surface. The stone is being shaped, the vineyard is growing, the river is flowing, the cathedral is rising. One day, all will see what now only faith perceives, and when you look back, you will not regret the small acts of faith along the way, the stone you laid, the water you poured, the vineyard you planted. You will see how each one joined into something eternal, something radiant, something crowned with glory. So, walk forward gently but confidently. Let your patience become praise. Let your waiting become witness. And if your spirit feels stirred, let your like, share, subscribe be not obligation, but offering, a candle, a stone, a seed, each one holy, each one beautiful, each one a reminder that delay was never wasted, only invested. Chosen one. A cathedral is not built in a day, nor does a vineyard ripen overnight. The beauty of both is hidden in time. in patience, in faith that stone upon stone and seed upon seed will one day become something magnificent. That is the same with your journey. Delay is not denial, it is construction. It is cultivation. Every act of faith in this season, whether a whispered prayer or a small step of courage, is like setting another stone into place. You may not hear applause now, but heaven records it. One day, the walls of your destiny will rise high enough that all will see the strength of what you faithfully built in silence. And every choice to remain steady is like tending a vineyard through changing seasons. You water, you prune, you wait. At times, the soil looks barren, and at times the branches seem empty. Yet underneath, life is pulsing. When the harvest comes, the delay will make the fruit taste even sweeter. For you will know it was not instant, it was precious, hard-earned, holy. So, let this truth be your anchor. You are not just enduring delay. You are building and planting in it. The stone will hold. The river will flow. The vineyard will flourish. And the cathedral will stand. And in that day, you will lift your eyes and say, "It was worth it all." Delay is shaping you, crowning you, and preparing you to shine. Keep walking, for the unseen is becoming eternal, and your faith is writing a story heaven will never forget. Chosen one. Delay often feels like standing on a threshold with the door still closed. You knock, you wait, you press your ear to the wood, and the silence on the other side tests your endurance. Yet in this pause, something sacred is happening. The threshold is not rejection, it is preparation. God allows thresholds because they are testing points. They ask you, will you quit before the door opens, or will you remain faithful until heaven swings it wide? Those who walk away at the threshold miss the very breakthrough that was inches away. Those who endure, however, discover that the waiting was the final polish before the unveiling. It is written in the book of James, chapter 5, verse 7, "Be patient, then, brothers and sisters, until the Lord's coming." See how the farmer waits for the land to yield its valuable crop, patiently waiting for the autumn and spring rains. Lon, the farmer knows something vital. The rains cannot be rushed. They arrive on schedule, not by demand. To abandon the field too soon is to lose the harvest. Your life mirrors this truth. Abandoning hope just before the door opens forfeits the very blessing delay was securing. There was once a young man who prayed for years to step into his calling. He prepared messages, studied diligently, yet every door to speak remained shut. He grew weary, almost ready to stop altogether. But one night, in prayer, he sensed God whisper, "You are at the threshold. Do not walk away." Within months, opportunities opened, greater than he had imagined. Looking back, he realized that, had he quit just before the threshold, he would have missed it all. Chosen one. Thresholds are holy. They test the core of your endurance. Do you believe enough to wait one more day, one more week, one more season? Delay sharpens faith like a blade. It cuts away the dullness of impatience and polishes the steel of trust. Each moment of waiting adds shine to your endurance, until the blade gleams in the light of breakthrough. It is at the threshold that weariness feels strongest. Your knees shake. Your prayers grow thin. and doubts whisper louder. Yet this is the exact place where perseverance is crowned. The enemy tries hardest just before the door opens, because he knows what awaits you inside. This is why I want you to declare your faith openly. Write in the comments, "Waiting with fire." Men, 3 words. But they are not ordinary words. They hold passion, endurance, and holy determination. To wait with fire is not to wait passively. It means you keep your spirit burning, your heart alive, your faith glowing, even when the night drags long. When you type, "waiting with fire," you are saying, "My patience is not cold resignation. My waiting is active, fierce, and filled with light. I refuse to let delay freeze me. I will burn brighter until the promise comes." Embrace. These words will speak to others as well. Someone may see your comment and feel their own fire reignite, where despair had dimmed their flame. Your declaration will remind them that waiting can be alive, not lifeless. Imagine standing at the threshold, torch in hand. The door may still be shut, but your fire illuminates the hallway, showing others the way and keeping the darkness from swallowing you. That is what it means to wait with fire. Chosen one. Your delay is not denial. Your threshold is not forever. The door will open, and when it does, you will walk through as one refined, ready, and radiant with perseverance. Chosen one. The image of waiting with fire is not a poetic phrase alone, it is a spiritual reality. To wait with fire means your faith does not grow cold in silence. It means your heart beats with expectancy even when answers seem far away. Fear consume, but it also purifies. In the waiting, every doubt, fear, and impatience that rises to the surface is touched by flame. Slowly, what is weak burns away, leaving only the gold of trust. This is why God does not let you wait without fire, because the fire makes you pure. To wait with fire is also to illuminate. Think of travelers walking a dark path. One holds a torch. Its glow not only guides them but also lights the way for others. Your perseverance is that torch. While you may think you are waiting for yourself alone, others watching your endurance find courage to continue their own journey. There was once a mother who prayed years for her child to return to faith. Every year felt colder, as if the door would never open. Yet she kept her lamp burning, praying daily, speaking hope, even when nothing changed. One night, her child confessed, "It was your unwavering fire that drew me back. The delay was long." But her fire became the doorway of salvation for another. Waiting with fire also means waiting with expectancy. It is not passive resignation, it is readiness. Like bridesmaids keeping their lamps filled with oil, you wait alert, knowing the bridegroom will come. Delay sharpens that alertness so that when the door swings open, you are not scrambling, you are ready. So, if you feel weary, remember, to wait without fire is to let darkness overtake you. But to wait with fire is to declare, "I am alive. I am ready. I am still burning." Chosen one. Let your patience be flame, not ash. Let your waiting blaze with trust so radiant that when the door opens, you do not stumble in exhausted, but walk in shining like one who has carried light all along. Chosen one. Delay is also the season where unseen battles rage on your behalf. What feels like silence on earth is often warfare in the heavens. While you wait, angels content, chains break, and darkness trembles. Delay is not emptiness. It is evidence that something greater is being secured beyond your sight. Think of Daniel. He prayed and fasted, and for 21 days the heavens seemed closed. Yet when the angel arrived, he revealed the truth. From the first day, you set your mind to gain understanding and to humble yourself before your God. Your words were heard, and I have come in response to them. But the prince of the Persian kingdom resisted me 21 days. The delay was not neglect, it was resistance. Prayer had already been heard, but the battle required time. Your life often mirrors Daniel's story. You may cry out and see no immediate shift, but heaven has already received your request. What you call delay may in fact be a spiritual struggle taking place, ensuring that when the answer comes, it is unshakable. It is written in the book of Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Delay reminds you that unseen realms are real. Your waiting teaches you to stand firm, clothed in patience as armor, holding faith as shield. The silence is not abandonment, it is a call to endurance while heaven fights on your behalf. There was once a woman who prayed fervently for reconciliation in her family. Months turned to years without change. But behind the scenes, God was softening hearts, dismantling lease, and healing wounds invisible to the eye. When the breakthrough finally came, it was sudden, yet she realized it had been forming slowly all along. The delay was the battleground where healing was forged. Chosen one, do not assume nothing is happening because you cannot see it. Delay is often where the deepest victories are won. Chains invisible to the eye are being shattered. Plans of the enemy are being overturned. The longer the pause, the greater the triumph being secured. Picture a weaver at a loom. From the backside, the threads appear tangled, messy, without pattern. Yet the artist continues, knot by knot, crossing colors deliberately from the front. A masterpiece emerges. Delay places you on the backside of the loom, seeing only knots, but heaven sees the front, where glory is taking shape. Your prayers, your tears, your sighs, they are threads in that design. None are wasted, though you cannot yet discern the picture. One day, you will see that every delay was part of a divine pattern. Even Jesus endured delay. For 30 years, he lived in obscurity, hidden though he was the Son of God. To the world, it seemed like silence, but heaven was preparing. Angels were watching. Prophecy was aligning. His delay was not wasted, it was sacred timing. So it is with you. The silence you endure is not absence, but alignment. Angels move at God's command. Prophecies are ripening. Hearts are being shifted. And when the moment comes, the unveiling will seem sudden, but it will be the fruit of years of delay. Chosen one, stand firm. Do not let delay steal your faith. Trust that while you wait, God is fighting battles you cannot see, arranging victories you cannot yet hold. One day, the curtain will lift, and you will realize the silence was thunder in disguise. The delay was victory in progress. and you will fall to your knees, not in regret, but in awe, saying, "He was working all along." Then, chosen one. The greatest battles are rarely seen with the eyes. What looks like quiet waiting on earth is often war waged in the heavens. Your delay is proof that something weighty is being secured, something that requires more than human effort. Think of a seed under the soil. From the surface, there is no movement, no sign of life. But underground, roots push, shells crack, life struggles against darkness. The waiting is not empty, it is charged with unseen labor. So it is with your prayers. They may look unanswered, but beneath the soil of time, they are alive, pressing toward the light. Delay is also God's shield. Some answers are withheld because the enemy lies in ambush. What you see as silence may be divine protection, ensuring that when the blessing comes, it cannot be stolen. God does not deliver promises into unsafe hands. Delay secures your victory until the right moment. Remember, Daniel's angel delayed for 21 days. Resistance was real, yet persistence won. Had Daniel stopped praying, the breakthrough might have faltered. Your persistence in waiting, even in weariness, is partnership with heaven's armies. There was once a man who prayed for provision. No answer came for months. But in that time, unseen doors were being unlocked. When the provision finally arrived, it came with stability that would not have been possible earlier. He realized the delay was not denial but arrangement. Chosen one. Your story is being written in two realms, what you see and what you cannot. Trust both. Trust that the silence here is sound there, that the stillness now is movement beyond the veil. One day, when you stand on the other side of this waiting, you will look back and say with certainty, the battle was real, the delay was holy, and the victory was worth it all. Chosen one. Let this truth settle deep. Delay is not a void. It is a victory in progress. Though your eyes see silence, your faith knows movement. Hold steady, for the one who fights for you never sleeps. And when the veil lifts, you will see that every moment of waiting was saturated with purpose. Chosen one. Delay is often the ground where trust grows, roots. It is easy to proclaim faith when answers are swift, but real trust is proven when nothing changes. When days turn into years and prayers seem to echo back empty, delay asks the question, will you still believe when you cannot see? Trust is not a shallow agreement. It is surrender. It is leaning your entire weight on God. Even when you cannot trace His hand, trust whispers, even here, even now, He is faithful. This is the essence of the waiting season, learning to believe in His heart when His hand seems hidden. It is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. Delay confronts your understanding. You want timelines, explanations, clear paths. Yet the wisdom of heaven often hides those details, requiring you to walk step by step in trust. This is not cruelty, it is intimacy. It draws you closer to His presence. For without trust, you could not endure the silence. Think of Abraham, called to leave his homeland without a map. God did not show him the destination immediately. He simply said, Go to the land I will show you. Abraham's journey was built not on certainty of place, but on certainty of promise. His trust, not his knowledge, carried him forward. Your delay may mirror that pilgrimage. You do not know the full picture, yet you are asked to keep walking. Each step of trust becomes a seed of faith, and each seed will bear fruit in its time. There was once a woman who longed for healing. Every treatment failed. Every prayer seemed unanswered. Yet she whispered each morning, "I still trust you." Years passed, and eventually healing came not just to her body, but to her heart. She discovered that trust had already given her peace long before her health was restored. Delay had not stolen from her. It had taught her where true strength rests. Trust formed in delay becomes unshakable. When storms rage later, you do not panic, for you have already learned that God's silence is not absence. You carry the memory of His faithfulness through long nights, and those memories anchor you. Picture a child holding a parent's hand while walking through fog. The path ahead is invisible, but the grip is strong. That is what trust in delay feels like. You may not see the road, but you know who holds you. Delay also removes the illusion of control. Trust grows when you release your need to orchestrate outcomes. This surrender is not weakness, it is strength. To trust is to admit that God's wisdom exceeds your own, that His timing is more perfect than your best plans. Even Jesus modeled this in Gethsemane. As He faced the cross, He prayed, "Not my will, but yours be done." This was trust at its deepest, surrendering to a Father whose plan required delay, suffering, and silence. Yet that trust produced resurrection. Chosen one, your delay is training you in this same trust. It strips away fear, pride, and doubt until only faith remains. You may feel stretched thin, but each day of endurance is writing trust into the fabric of your soul. Trust built in delay is not fragile, it is fireproof. It cannot be stolen by disappointment or shaken by storms. It becomes the foundation of a life that glows with steady faith, unshaken by the temporary silence of heaven. So do not despise the delay. See it as the holy ground where trust takes root. When the promise comes, you will carry more than an answer. You will carry unshakable faith, refined and radiant, and that faith will be the greater treasure, even beyond the promise itself. Chosen one, trust born in delay is different from trust spoken lightly. It is deeper, mightier, proven by fire. Anyone can say, "I believe," when the sun shines, but only the chosen can whisper it through the night. This is the gift delay gives you, a trust that no storm can overturn. Every unanswered prayer becomes another stone in the foundation. Every silent season, another root pushing deeper into faith. When the winds rise, you will not be shaken, because you know what it is to stand on promises unseen. Trust also changes the way you see time. Instead of measuring progress by days or months, you begin to measure by faithfulness. A year without visible answers is not wasted. It is a year of steadfast trust, which in heaven's eyes is more precious than gold. Think of sailors crossing the sea by starlight. Clouds often hide the stars, yet they keep their course by memory, trusting that the stars remain beyond the veil. So too, you trust God's presence, even when hidden, because you have learned He never disappears. He only calls you to believe beyond sight. There was once a man who kept a journal during his waiting season. Each day he wrote one line, "I trust you still." After years, when the breakthrough finally came, he looked back and realized the true miracle was not the answer itself, but the trust that had carried him there. Chosen one, this same trust is being written into your life. Delay is not empty. It is engraving faith on your soul, line by line, day by day. And one day, when you step into your promise, you will carry not only the gift, but also the treasure of trust that can never be taken. Chosen one, hold fast to this truth. Delay is not diminishing you. It is defining you. Each silent moment is writing trust deeper into your spirit. What feels like pause is really preparation. And when the promise comes, you will not just receive it, you will stand unshakable, crowned with faith, refined by waiting. Chosen one, delay often carries a mystery you cannot see in the moment. God is aligning your steps with a greater rhythm than your own. What feels like slowness is heaven rearranging paths, preparing people, and positioning you for the exact moment where promise and purpose meet. Delay is less about denial and more about divine synchronization. Think of a symphony. Each instrument has its entrance, its measure of silence, and its appointed note. If one plays too soon, the music collapses into chaos. But when every sound arrives in order, the result is beauty that lifts hearts and stirs souls. Your delay is one of those measures of silence. It is not absence, it is preparation for your entrance at the right time. It is written in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." None. This verse is paradoxical, yet profound. It tells you the promise may linger, yet in truth it will not delay. It will arrive exactly on schedule. Delay, therefore, is not lateness, it is timing. It ensures you do not walk through doors too early, before what lies inside is ready for you. There was once a young woman who longed for marriage. Years passed, and she grew discouraged as friends married and started families. What she did not know was that her future husband was being refined through trials of his own. Their meeting, when it finally came, was perfect. Two stories converging at the only moment when both were prepared to love fully. Had it happened earlier, the foundation would not have held. So it is with you. Chosen one, your delay is aligning you with the promise, but it is also aligning the promise with you. It ensures that when you arrive, the people, the places, and the purposes are already in place. This is why I invite you now to type the number 777 inches, the comments. Why this number? Because 777 carries the symbolism of divine perfection, completion, and heavenly fulfillment. It is heaven's reminder that your steps are being perfected, your waiting is not in vain, and your destiny is approaching its appointed fullness. When you declare 777, you are saying, I choose to trust alignment. I believe God's timing is perfect. His completion is near, and I will not miss what has been written for me. End of. Delay can feel like walking through a hall of locked doors. You push one, then another, and still they do not open. But 777 reminds you that you do not need to force what is not yet aligned. When the appointed door is ready, It will swing wide without striving. Think also of Joshua at Jericho. The people marched 6 days in silence, and on the 7th day they marched 7 times more. Delay was not wasted, it was alignment. Each step around the walls was preparing the exact moment when heaven's power would shake the stones. One shout at the right time accomplished what years of labor could not. Your 777 is that shout of faith, chosen one. Perfection belongs to God alone. Yet, He invites you into His timing. 777 is your reminder that what He begins, He finishes, and what He promises, He fulfills. Grace is carrying you, alignment is holding you, and completion is on its way. So write it boldly, 777. Let it be your testimony in the waiting. Let it be your agreement with heaven's rhythm. Let it remind you that delay is not confusion, it is choreography. The movements of your life are part of a dance that will one day reveal perfect beauty. And when the time arrives, when doors swing open and promises flood in, you will see that every pause, every silence, every moment of waiting was woven together in alignment. The song will rise, the dance will unfold, and you will step into a rhythm that was worth every second of delay. Chosen one. The number 777 is more than a symbol. It is a declaration that heaven's timing is flawless. While you wrestle with questions in the delay, God is working with precision, ensuring that every piece falls into place at the perfect moment. 7 has always carried the meaning of completion, from the creation story, where God finished His work and rested on the 7th day, to the walls of Jericho falling after the 7th circuit on the 7th day. The number speaks of cycles closing and promises fulfilled. When you see or declare 777, it is a reminder that your delay is not endless. It is moving toward completion. It also speaks of divine perfection. Delay often exposes your imperfections, impatience, fear, frustration. Yet while you see flaws, God sees an opportunity to perfect your trust, polish your character, and strengthen your endurance. The 777 means the work He is doing in you is thorough, spirit, soul, and body being aligned with His will. Think of a craftsman carving a piece of wood. He sands it once, then again, then once more, until the surface shines smooth. Each round feels repetitive, but every layer of sanding reveals a more refined beauty. So too, the 777 season may feel repetitive, but it is producing a perfection you will thank Him for later. The third meaning of 777 is heavenly fulfillment. Not only will the promise arrive, it will arrive in a way that brings glory to God. Not just satisfaction to you. When delay ends, the outcome will not feel partial or fragile. It will carry heaven's stamp of completeness. So, as you hold to this truth, let 777 remind you daily, the promise is real. The alignment is sure. The completion is on its way. Delay is not empty. It is the space where perfection is being written into your story. And when the day of fulfillment comes, you will see that God was never late, never absent, never careless, only precise, perfect, and faithful, chosen one. By now, you know that delay is not an enemy, but a teacher. Not a punishment, but a preparation. Yet even knowing this, the waiting can feel heavy, stretching your strength to its limit. What you may not realize is that every moment of endurance is shaping a story that will outlast you. The crown you carry in silence will one day shine as a testimony for others to see. Delay is a fire that refines, but it is also a stage being prepared. Curtains are drawn, lights dimmed, musicians tuning their instruments to the audience. It feels like waiting, but behind the curtain, everything is being aligned. And when the curtain finally rises, all the hidden work will make sense. It is written in the letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 18. I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Your delay is not pointless. It is producing glory. Glory that outweighs tears, outweighs confusion, outweighs years of silence. It may feel momentary in heaven's scale. Though it feels long to you now, yet eternity will reveal how necessary and precious this waiting season was. Chosen one, your voice matters in this journey. Every small action is like planting a seed in soil you cannot yet see sprouting. And in this moment, allow me to speak through pictures, so you feel the weight and beauty of even the simplest steps you take. When you press like, imagine it as striking a match in the dark. One flame seems small, but together with countless others, it becomes a blazing fire visible for miles. Your single flame of agreement joins a larger light, pushing back shadows for many. When you share, picture yourself as a gardener carrying seeds in your hand. Some you plant close, others you scatter far. You do not know which soil will bring fruit, but you trust that some will bloom where you cannot go. Your sharing becomes a harvest in places your feet may never step. To subscribe is like anchoring your boat in a harbor before the storm arrives. It ensures that when new waves of truth and encouragement come, you are not adrift, you are tethered, steady, ready to receive. It is not obligation, but wisdom, a safeguard to keep your soul nourished. And if in your heart you choose to go further, to support this work, let it never feel forced. Think of it like adding oil to a lamp. The flame is already lit, but with your oil, it burns brighter, longer, reaching more who sit in darkness. It is not transaction, it is partnership in light. Each of these acts like share, subscribe, support are more than gestures. They are living parables. A flame in the dark, a seed in the soil, an anchor in the harbor, oil in the lamp. They weave together into something larger than one life. They become a chorus of endurance, hope, and faith. Chosen one, delay can sometimes make you feel voiceless, as though your silence does not matter. But here is the truth. Your endurance is not silent in heaven. Every time you lift your head in faith, angels take notice. Every time you declare, I will not quit, your crown gleams brighter, and your small choices here, your willingness to plant, to shine, to anchor, to pour oil, are part of that crown. They remind both you and others that delay does not erase purpose, it reveals it. So, if your heart feels stirred, let your action today be not duty, but declaration. Each click, each share, each subscription, each gift, these are not numbers. They are testimonies. They are echoes of faith saying, I will not waste my delay. I will turn it into light for others. And when the day comes that your own curtain rises, you will not only see the fruit of your endurance in your life, but also in countless others touched by your flame, your seed, your anchor, your oil, chosen one. This is the beauty of delay. It multiplies. Your waiting does not end with you. It strengthens those around you, those after you, those who watch and learn from your perseverance. That is why every act of faith you take, even something as small as a like or share, becomes eternal. The curtain is not far from rising. The crown is not far from resting on your head. And when that moment comes, you will see that nothing was wasted. Not one flame, not one seed, not one act of trust. Chosen one. Every flame, every seed, every anchor, every drop of oil is a picture of what delay truly is. Not emptiness, but investment. The waiting season gathers meaning in small choices, in quiet faith, in hidden endurance that heaven treasures more than any visible achievement. Think of the flame again. A single spark may seem fragile, but it can light torches across the night. Your faith may feel small, yet delay is teaching you that small fires can kindle great awakenings. Think of the seed scattered into unseen soil. You may never witness where every seed lands, but harvests will spring up in places you cannot imagine. Delay stretches your vision beyond yourself. It teaches you to sow for eternity. Think of the anchor. Without it, the storm drags ships into ruin. With it, the vessel holds steady, no matter how fierce the waves. Delay is the season where your anchor digs deep, preparing you to weather storms others cannot endure. And think of the lamp. Oil poured in hidden moments ensures the flame does not die. Delay makes you a keeper of the flame, a guardian of endurance, a vessel of steady light. Chosen one. This is the secret. Delay multiplies eternal impact. Nothing is wasted. Every act of faith, however small, becomes immortal in God's hands. Chosen one. The weight of waiting can press hard against your chest. Sometimes you wonder if you will break beneath the silence. Yet delay is never meant to crush you. It is meant to stretch you, to widen your capacity, to deepen your strength. And in this stretching, you discover truths about yourself and about God that you could never learn in comfort. Delay teaches resilience. It is the forge where your spirit becomes like tempered steel. Every long night, every unanswered prayer, every tear in the dark is like fire applied to iron, strengthening rather than destroying. And though the world may see only silence, heaven sees a warrior being formed. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 22. The least of you will become 1,000, the smallest, a mighty nation. I am the Lord. In its time I will do this swiftly. And this verse carries the paradox of delay. Slow years of preparation, followed by swift fulfillment. What seems like endless waiting suddenly shifts into acceleration. The smallest seed becomes a vast tree. The least becomes mighty. Delay does not mean smallness forever. It is the soil where greatness germinates. Consider Joseph once more. Betrayed, imprisoned, forgotten. His years of delay seemed like wasted potential. But in a single day, God lifted him from dungeon to palace. The waiting was long, but the fulfillment was swift. And when it came, Joseph was not broken by bitterness. He He was strengthened by endurance. Your delay is the same. It is not meant to humiliate you, but to prepare you for a swift unveiling. When the season shifts, doors will open faster than you can step through them, and you will realize why the waiting was so long. It was building the strength to handle sudden glory. But here, in the waiting, you must hold to a declaration. Write in the comments, "Delay builds me." Lek, 3 simple words. Yet they hold immense power. They transform your perspective. They remind you that waiting is not wasted, that silence is not empty, that every pause has purpose. When you type, "Delay builds me," you are saying, "I am not crumbling in this season. I am being constructed. Every hard day is laying a stone. Every unanswered prayer is shaping my endurance. I will not resent delay. I will let it strengthen me." As this declaration speaks to others as well. Someone else may be scrolling, ready to quit, ready to assume delay means denial. But when they see your comment, it becomes a signpost for them, a message that endurance is worth it, that waiting is building rather than breaking. Imagine a sculptor at work. Each strike of the chisel feels like loss to the stone. Yet with each chip, form emerges. Delay feels like chiseling, but it is carving away what cannot remain, revealing the masterpiece within. Saying, "Delay builds me," is like agreeing with the sculptor. Trusting the blows are not destruction, but design. Or picture a tree in winter. Its branches seem bare, lifeless, forgotten, yet deep underground. Roots are spreading wider, deeper, stronger. When spring comes, the tree will burst with life, sustained by the growth that happened unseen. Delay is your winter season. To declare, "Delay builds me," is to acknowledge that roots matter more than appearances. Chosen one. This is why your declaration is vital. Delay will either break you or build you, and your perspective decides which. With these 3 words, you choose building, you choose resilience, you choose to let endurance become your crown. So speak it boldly, carve it into your heart, whisper it through tears, shout it when hope feels thin. Write it here as testimony. Delay builds me, and heaven will echo your words, shaping your waiting into strength, your silence into song, your delay into destiny. Chosen one. To say, "Delay builds me," is to shift the story you tell yourself. Instead of seeing waiting as wasted time, you begin to see it as holy construction. The very season you once resented becomes the foundation you will one day thank God for. Delay builds humility. In moments when you feel powerless, you realize how much you need His strength. Pride is chipped away, and you become a vessel fit for greater things. Without humility, crowns become dangerous. With humility, crowns become tools of service. Delay builds compassion. When you suffer long, your heart softens toward others in their own seasons of waiting. You can look into the eyes of the weary and say, "I understand. I have been there too." This compassion cannot be faked. It is born in the furnace of patience. Delay builds discernment. In the silence, you learn to listen more deeply, to notice whispers you once overlooked. Later, when opportunities come, you will know which doors to walk through because delay has trained your ears. Without discernment, acceleration can destroy. With it, acceleration multiplies. Delay builds endurance. Muscles grow by resistance, and faith grows by waiting. Each day you endure without quitting stretches your capacity a little more. When breakthrough arrives, you will not collapse under its weight. You will carry it with strength forged in the waiting. And finally, delay builds vision. In the pause, God clears your eyes to see not just what you want, but what He desires. You emerge not chasing temporary satisfaction, but pursuing eternal purpose. Vision refined in delay becomes the compass that keeps you steady when blessings overflow. So, chosen one, let these truths settle deep. Delay is not dismantling you, it is building you. When the appointed time comes, you will rise not only crowned with promise, but strengthened, softened, sharpened, and steadied by the waiting that built you into more than you ever thought you could be. Chosen one. One of the most profound truths hidden in delay is that it reveals the eternal rhythm of God's timing. Your days may feel long, your nights heavy, and your prayers unanswered. But eternity operates differently than human clocks. What seems delayed in your eyes is perfectly timed in His. The prophet reminds us of this in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. Delay is not the absence of time, it is the preparation of time. Just as the earth cannot rush spring or command the sun to rise sooner, your life cannot bypass its appointed season. And yet, just as surely as winter yields to spring, your delay will yield to fulfillment. Think of a farmer watching the horizon for rain. His fields are ready. Seeds are in the ground, but the skies remain dry. Does he despair? No, he trusts the rhythm of creation, knowing rain will come in its season. Your waiting is like that field, holding seeds that will burst with life at the right hour. Delay often confronts your desire for control. You want timelines, deadlines, certainty. Yet heaven whispers, trust the rhythm. In this surrender, your heart finds rest, even while you wait. Trusting God's timing allows you to release anxiety and embrace peace, even without answers. Consider Moses. He knew he was called to deliver Israel, yet his first attempt ended in failure and exile. For 40 years, he lived in Midian, a season of obscurity and delay. To human eyes, it seemed like wasted decades. Yet in those years, God was shaping him, teaching patience, building humility, preparing him to carry a nation. When the burning bush appeared, Moses was no longer an impulsive prince, but a steady shepherd, ready to lead. Delay did not waste him, it completed him. Your life may feel like Midian right now, hidden, forgotten, suspended, but heaven is at work, weaving your story into the eternal pattern of timing. You are not behind. You are exactly where you must be for what comes next. Think also of Jesus at the wedding in Cana. When his mother asked him to act, he replied, "My hour has not yet come." Even miracles bow to timing. Yet when his hour did come, water turned to wine, and glory was revealed. Delay here was not refusal, it was alignment with heaven's calendar. Chosen one. God's timing is never random. It is precise, exact, and purposeful. Delay is not the clock breaking, it is the clock aligning with eternity. This is why delay often feels uncomfortable. You are bound to earthly time, counting days and years, while God moves by eternal rhythms. What looks like slowness is actually precision beyond comprehension. Imagine a tapestry being woven. From the underside, threads seem tangled, knots appear messy, and the picture unclear. But from above, the artist sees a pattern forming. Delay places you beneath the loom, where all you see is confusion. But trust assures you the master is weaving something beautiful that will be revealed in time. There was once a man who longed to begin his ministry. He felt the call, prepared diligently, and waited. Opportunities seemed absent, and frustration grew. But in hindsight, he realized God was allowing him to mature, to learn dependence, to form character. When the door finally opened, he stepped through with a steadiness that rushing could never have produced. Delay, then, is an invitation to rest in rhythm. It invites you to live not by frantic striving, but by patient trust. It allows you to breathe deeply, knowing that when your season arrives, it will come swiftly, without struggle. Chosen one. Remember, God is not late. He is never early. He is always exact. Delay is the evidence of his precision. One day, when the promise arrives, you will look back and say, it could not have happened a moment sooner or a moment later. It happened exactly when it was meant to. Now, so walk in peace. Lay down anxiety. Trust the eternal rhythm. Delay is not wasted. It is sacred timing unfolding in ways you cannot yet see. Chosen one. Time is not your enemy. It is the canvas on which God paints his masterpiece. Every brushstroke, though slow to your eyes, contributes to a picture that will one day take your breath away. Delay is not blank space. It is part of the painting. When you feel like you are falling behind, remember this: heaven does not measure as earth does. You are not late, because God's calendar has no mistakes. The very seconds you call wasted are counted as holy, shaping who you are, becoming. Think of the caterpillar in its cocoon. To anyone watching, it looks like nothing is happening, just waiting. Stillness, silence, but inside, wings are forming. The creature that emerges is not delayed, it is transformed. Your waiting is your cocoon. Wings are being prepared. Delay also protects you from premature exposure. A fruit plucked before ripening is sour, but one left to its season is sweet and nourishing. God will not let you step forward until your time, because he desires not just activity, but impact. One day, when the rhythm shifts and your appointed hour arrives, it will feel sudden, but you will know it was never sudden at all. It was written into the eternal rhythm from the beginning. Chosen one. Breathe. Trust. Rest in this rhythm. Your delay is not a pause in destiny. It is destiny unfolding in time. Chosen one. Carry this with you. Delay is not a chain holding you back, but a rhythm guiding you forward. What seems still is sacred movement. What feels late is perfect alignment. Trust that heaven's clock has never faltered. When your moment comes, you will rise, not as one rushed, but as one ready, radiant, and right on time. Chosen one. Delay is not just about time, it is about transformation. Every pause, every season of waiting, every silent year is shaping you from within. You may think you are standing still, but heaven sees movement in your soul. Delay changes how you think, how you see, and how you live. It chisels away what cannot remain, until only the refined version of you is left. It is written in the book of Romans, chapter 12, verse 2. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasing, and perfect will. Delay is the renewing of the mind. It forces you to confront impatience, to dismantle false timelines, to surrender illusions of control. You begin to see life not as a race against others, but as a journey in God's perfect will. Transformation happens slowly, almost imperceptibly, but when the shift comes, it is undeniable. Think of a sculptor working on marble for weeks. Nothing seems to change, just the sound of hammer and chisel. Tiny fragments falling, but slowly, a shape emerges, then detail, then beauty. At last, a masterpiece stands where once there was only a block of stone. That is your life in delay. The chisel of time feels painful, but it is creating a masterpiece. Delay transforms your desire. In the beginning, you may long for quick relief, for visible progress, for immediate answers, but as waiting stretches, your heart shifts. You begin to value God's presence above His gifts, His process above your plans. Delay purifies your motives until you can say honestly, even if I must wait, I will trust you still. Consider Hannah. Year after year, she longed for a child, enduring delay that broke her heart. Yet in that waiting, her prayer transformed. She moved from desperation to surrender. If you give me a son, I will give him back to you. That transformation birthed Samuel, a prophet who would shape a nation. Her delay did not just give her a child, it gave her a legacy. Your story is similar. Delay is not just about the promise arriving, it is about who you become in the waiting. By the time the blessing comes, you are not the same person who first asked for it. You are wiser, softer, stronger, transformed. Delay also transforms how you see others. When you suffer long, compassion deepens. You no longer judge the weary because you know what waiting feels like. You no longer dismiss the broken because you have walked broken roads. Delay enlarges your heart until it beats in rhythm with heaven's mercy. There was once a leader who prayed for influence. He expected quick doors to open, but instead endured years of obscurity. In those years, he met the struggling, the overlooked, the forgotten. By the time his influence arrived, he led not with pride, but with empathy. His delay transformed him into a shepherd, not just a ruler. Transformation in delay also guards your destiny. Without the reshaping of character, blessings can become idols. Crowns can become chains. Delay strips away arrogance and teaches humility, ensuring that when the crown rests on your head, it will not crush you, but rest lightly, carried with grace. Think of a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. The struggle to break free is painful, but it strengthens the wings. If someone cuts the cocoon early, the butterfly never flies. So it is with you. Delay forces you to push, to struggle, to grow, so that when the cocoon opens, you can soar. Chosen one, Do not despise transformation. It is the greatest gift delay gives. Promises will come and go. Seasons will shift. Crowns will be placed and passed. But who you become in the waiting that endures forever. One day, you will look back and realize the promise mattered. Yes, but the transformation mattered more. Delay was not just about receiving something, it was about becoming someone. So embrace the chiseling, the shaping, the struggle of the cocoon. Let delay do its work. For when the waiting ends, you will not only step into destiny, you will step into it as one transformed, radiant, and ready. Chosen one. Transformation is the hidden treasure of delay. While you pray for outcomes, heaven is shaping identity. The promise you seek is real, but the person you are becoming through waiting is even more valuable. Think again of Hannah. Her son Samuel was not only an answer to prayer, but also the fruit of her transformation. Without years of waiting, her prayer might have been shallow. Through delay, it became consecrated. That shift created a prophet who altered history. Delay works the same way in you. Every long night chisels away fear. Every silent morning sands down impatience. Every season of not yet smooths pride into humility. You emerge, not brittle, but resilient. Not empty, but full of hidden strength. There was once a potter who explained his craft. He said the vessel is placed in the fire twice, first to harden, then to glaze. The second fire gives beauty and durability that the first cannot. Delay is often that second fire. It feels unnecessary, but it produces glory that lasts. Transformation also ensures that when blessing comes, it does not master you, you master it. You will not cling to it as an idol, for your heart has learned to cling to God. That freedom is the true mark of transformation. So, chosen one, lift your eyes. The cocoon is not confinement, it is creation. The chisel is not cruelty, it is craft. And when the delay ends, you will step out not only carrying a promise, but shining as one who has been made new. Chosen one. As your journey through delay reaches its final lessons, you begin to see that waiting was never simply about enduring, it was about weaving eternity into your days. Each pause carried hidden threads of glory, stitching your story into the fabric of God's eternal plan. Delay has not only built resilience in you, it has given your life a depth that cannot be shaken. It is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 36. You need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. No, perseverance is more than patience. It is a steadfastness that anchors you when waves crash and storms rage. It is not passive waiting, but active faith that keeps walking when nothing changes. Perseverance is the crown forged in delay. Think of Noah. For years, he built an ark while the skies remained clear. Delay mocked him. Yet perseverance kept his hands steady. And when the flood came, the very thing he built in waiting became the vessel of salvation. Your perseverance works the same. Though others may not understand, your consistency is crafting an ark that will carry you and perhaps others through the rising waters of life. Delay also engraves eternity into your vision. While the world obsesses over quick results, delay reminds you that true treasures are eternal. You begin to value patience, character, compassion, things unseen but everlasting. These become your wealth, greater than any promise fulfilled in time. There was once a teacher who planted trees with her students. She told them, "You will not sit under the shade of these trees, but others will." The children at first were disappointed, but later they understood. Some things we build in waiting bless not us, but generations after us. So it is with your delay. What you endure now may create shelter for those yet to come. Delay also sharpens your eternal identity. You are not just someone moving through years, you are a soul being prepared for forever. Patience carved here becomes a crown that shines there. Endurance gained in hidden seasons becomes reward in the open courts of heaven. Delay trains you for eternity. Imagine a jeweler shaping a diamond. The stone passes through long hours of cutting and polishing. It seems endless, but the jeweler knows the worth of what is being revealed. Delay is heaven's polishing, cutting facets into your life until you reflect light in ways you never imagined. Chosen one. This is why delay must be embraced, not feared. It is not erasing you, it is engraving eternity onto you. It is teaching you to hold lightly to temporary things and firmly to what lasts forever. Consider Paul, imprisoned, delayed from traveling, silenced from preaching. To many, it looked like his ministry was cut short. Yet in those delays, he wrote letters. Letters that still speak today, shaping countless lives. His delay became his greatest legacy. You may feel restrained now, but your delay may carry seeds that impact far beyond your own lifetime. Delay also teaches endurance in love. While you wait, you learn to love God, not for what He gives, but for who He is. This kind of love cannot be shaken, because it does not depend on outcomes. Delay purifies love until it is eternal. There was once a widow who prayed each day, though nothing seemed to change in her circumstances. Neighbors mocked her persistence, but she kept praying, kept loving, kept serving. When she passed, people discovered her journal filled with prayers for her village. Years later, revival came to that very village. Her delay was not wasted. It was intercession that bore fruit long after her life. Chosen one. One day you will look back on your delay and see not wasted years but eternal investments. You will see roots, not rot. You will see foundations, not futility. And you will realize the crown on your head was not won in moments of glory, but in long seasons of delay. So, as this journey nears its end, let perseverance settle in your heart. Let eternity guide your vision. Let love remain your anchor. Delay is not your enemy, it is your escort into eternal glory. Chosen one. When you stand in eternity, you will not regret the delays. What once felt like chains will be revealed as chisels shaping your crown. The very nights that seemed endless will shine as jewels of perseverance. Each tear transformed into light. Delay is not subtraction, it is multiplication, hidden in slow motion. What you thought was lost time will be shown as gain. Every unseen act of endurance will echo forever, each one adding weight to your eternal glory. Think of the apostles' words, perseverance leads to promise. But the promise is not only the gift here, it is also the reward there. Earthly fulfillment fades, but eternal crowns remain. Delay ensures that your story does not end in time, but continues into forever. There was once a soldier who stood guard through long, uneventful nights. He thought his post insignificant. Until the day came when his watch prevented disaster. His years of quiet vigilance became the most honored part of his legacy. So it is with you. Delay is your watch, and its fruit will be revealed in time and in eternity. Chosen one. Breathe deeply. Rest in this truth. You are not falling behind. You are being fitted for forever. Delay is not wasted on you. It is preparing you for crowns that never fade. For rewards no hand can steal. For joy no darkness can dim. Chosen one. Let your heart be steady. Every delay is holy. Every pause is purposeful. What feels like waiting is really weaving. What seems withheld is being prepared. Soon, you will step into promise and carry with you the eternal weight of glory formed in silence. Chosen one. As the journey through delay draws to its close, a revelation emerges. Every pause was a thread in the divine tapestry. Every silence, a brushstroke on the eternal canvas. What you thought was wasted was woven. What you feared was denial was actually design. Delay has not merely tested you, it has crowned you. It is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 11, I am coming soon. Hold on to what you have, so that no one will take your crown. Oh, the crown is not forged in sudden victory. It is crafted in long endurance. It is shaped in hidden battles, in prayers whispered when no one listened, in trust clung to when hope trembled thin. The crown you wear is the testimony of survival through delay. Consider Job. His waiting was not gentle. He endured loss, silence, questions without answers. Yet at the end, God restored him, not only with double the blessing, but with a revelation of himself deeper than Job had ever known. Delay did not leave Job empty. It left him radiant with wisdom and crowned with glory. Your story, chosen one, carries the same rhythm. Every unanswered prayer, every weary night, every moment you considered quitting, but chose faith instead. These have been counted. None of it is wasted. All of it is woven into your crown. Delay has been your teacher. It has taught you that strength is found not in speed, but in steadfastness. That glory is hidden, not in ease, but in endurance. Delay has built you into someone storms cannot shake, someone silence cannot break, someone who will wear eternity with grace. Think of a runner in the final stretch of a marathon. The crowd cheers as they approach the finish. But the crown is not awarded for the final steps alone. It is given for every mile endured, every ache overcome, every moment of perseverance. The crown is not about the finish. It is about the faith that carried them through the long road. Chosen one. So it is with you. The delay has been your marathon, your training ground, your refining fire. The finish line is not just the promise fulfilled, it is the testimony that you did not give up, even Jesus. The crown of all crowns. Endured delay. 30 years in obscurity. 3 years of ministry shadowed by rejection. Hours of agony in Gethsemane, and silence on the cross. Yet, because he endured, he was exalted, crowned with glory and honor. Delay did not defeat him, it revealed him. So lift your head. You are not waiting in vain. The one who promised is faithful. The crown is near, and it will not fade. What you carry out of this delay will shine brighter than gold, for it is forged in fire, in faith, in patience. One day, you will stand in eternity and see the full picture. The delays that seemed endless will appear as brief moments compared to the glory they produced. And you will hear the words every chosen one longs for, "Well done, good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of your Lord." End of 3. Hold fast, for the crown is already being placed. Delay is over. Glory begins. Chosen one. Think back to the beginning of this journey. The weight of waiting felt unbearable. The silence deafening. The unanswered prayers like stones pressing on your chest. You wondered if God had forgotten you, if his promises had faded into the distance. Yet here you stand, having walked through delay and discovered its hidden treasure. Delay was never an empty hallway, it was a sacred classroom. Each moment you endured became a lesson. You learned patience, not as weakness, but as strength. You discovered faith, not as a shallow word, but as a lifeline. You felt the sting of silence, but found in it the whisper of God's steady hand. Waiting refined your vision. It stripped away illusions, teaching you to look beyond the surface and see what truly matters. No longer chasing quick answers, you began to value depth. No longer craving applause, you learned to walk in quiet faith. Delay turned your eyes from the temporary to the eternal. It also deepened your love. While many walk away when the gifts do not arrive quickly, you stayed. You chose to love God not only for his blessings but for his presence. That love became purer, stronger, enduring beyond circumstances. Delay taught you to love with eternity in mind, and delay carved humility into your heart. You realized your strength was never enough, your plans too fragile, your timelines too small. You leaned fully on God, and in that leaning, you found peace. Humility became the soil where greater glory could grow. Consider the crown now placed upon you. It is not made of gold alone, but of moments endured. Nights when you prayed through tears. Mornings when you chose faith over despair. Days when you whispered, "I will not quit." Each jewel in that crown is a memory of perseverance. Each shine a reflection of your trust. This is why eternity celebrates those who endure. Heaven values not only the victories, but the waiting that led to them. Your story is not just of promise fulfilled, but of faith sustained. That story is written into eternity, never erased, never forgotten. So what now? Chosen one, you step forward not as someone broken by delay, but as someone built by it. You carry wisdom others need, compassion others crave, endurance others admire. Your life becomes a beacon for those still waiting. Proof that delay is not destruction, but destiny in disguise. Let your testimony be this: delay has not defeated me, it has defined me. Delay has not wasted me, it has woven me into eternity. Delay has not robbed me, it has refined me until I shine with a crown that will never fade. And as you walk into the next season, know this: the God who walked with you in silence will walk with you in fulfillment. The same hand that held you in the waiting will lift you in the unveiling. Delay was not the end of your story, it was the preparation for its greatest chapter. Chosen one, rise. The crown is yours. The season is here, and the glory that outweighs it all has just begun. Chosen one. Before we close this journey, pause for a moment and recognize what has been poured into your heart. 30 sections, thousands of words, countless images, all carrying one truth: you are not forgotten. You are not behind. And you are not ordinary. You are chosen. And the delays you've endured are proof of a crown prepared for you. But the story cannot stop here. Messages like this are not meant to remain hidden in the quiet corners of your heart. They are meant to spread, to touch others who are still lost in their own waiting, who believe silence means abandonment, who think delay means denial. And this is where I need you. When you like this message, it is more than tapping a button. It is like placing a stone on the altar, saying, I agree with this word. I claim it as truth. Your single act of acknowledgement becomes part of a collective testimony. One stone may seem small, but together they form an altar of faith visible to heaven. When you share this message, it is like carrying water jars to thirsty travelers. You never know who is scrolling in despair, who is thinking of giving up, who is whispering, I can't hold on any longer. Your simple act of sharing might be the cup that revives them. You may never see their face, but eternity will record your part in their story. When you comment, you are not just adding words, you are building community. Write even a few words of faith, and someone else may find courage in your echo. Your comment is like a torch in a dark valley, showing another weary traveler that they are not walking alone. What feels small to you can become a spark that keeps another heart burning. And when you subscribe, you are not only keeping yourself anchored, you are helping sustain the flow of truth. It is like tying your boat to the dock before the next storm arrives. You will not drift away, you will remain connected, steady, and ready for the next wave of encouragement that heaven will bring. These simple acts like share, comment, subscribe may look ordinary, but in truth, they are extraordinary. They are small keys that open wide doors for others. They are seeds scattered into the soil of countless lives, where fruit will grow long after this moment passes. Chosen one. Let me speak plainly. This is not about numbers or algorithms. This is about souls. Somewhere, someone needs the word that strengthened you today. Somewhere, someone is waiting for light in their delay, and you may be the very one who carries it to them. Do not underestimate your part in this. Every act of engagement is a prophetic act of agreement. Every time you spread light, you defy the darkness that wants to keep others silent, weary, and broken. So here is the final call. If this message has stirred something in you, let it not end here. Like this message, share it, comment, subscribe, not because you are told to, but because you choose to be a flame in someone else's night. Because you choose to be part of a movement of chosen ones rising together. Delay has taught you endurance. Now let your endurance flow outward. Let it ignite courage in others. Let it multiply hope where despair has lived too long. This is your chance to turn your waiting into witness, your crown into testimony. Take the step, shine the light, carry the fire forward. For you are not just a hearer of this word, you are its carrier. And the world is waiting for what you now carry.